Hello! Welcome to TBRathon Monday Night Sprints. I have a special guest, and it's an even more special TBRathon Sprints Day because Jess, the Hex Library, as many of you know because you were in there watching the premiere with me, but it is Jess's 7th anniversary on BookTube! Woohoo! Sure, everyone in the comments wishes her a happy 7th anniversary. On top of that, in the first sprint, if you want, I do have linked below Jess's video. So if you missed out on the fun, definitely go watch it so that you can enjoy it and just, celebrate with Jess and me and everyone else. Let us know in the comments what you're reading, what board you're doing. At the moment, I'm showcasing the book chain, but Jess is doing the this or that. And I want to make sure that we have that scavenger hunt. So I'm going to change the background to make sure we showcase it because I'm doing that one too. I'm doing all of them. So I guess it doesn't really matter. But we've got our special guest of the hour is Jess. So we really should be showcasing hers. But Jess, introduce yourself, although I'm sure most people know who you are, and what you're reading, what you're doing.
Hello. My name is Jess. I'm from the Hex Library, where I post reading, writing, book, and planner-related content occasionally. I today am reading The Engagement Party.
Whoa.
B and K book club book. I'm working on that. And I will be doing some planner things and doing some office cleaning because you can't see it. But all of this looks great because I redid it over the weekend. But all of the smaller things that I moved out of the way to shift the entire office in the opposite direction is just all over there, piled to the ceiling. So I'm going to be listening to an audiobook and fixing that.
Very nice. That's how it is too. I'm always like, what you see suggests that the rest of my apartment is this way, and it's not. It's never like this. This is all you get to see, and that's very strategic of me, by the way. The engagement party. You know what? I was watching the B&K book club on Kelsey's channel when they were first starting it, and I was like, you know what? This sounds like a book that I would enjoy. And both Kelsey and Brittany said that. They're like, yeah, Leandra, we think that you would like it because I think that I think Kelsey wasn't really feeling it because it wasn't thriller enough for her. I don't know how you're feeling about it. It seems like a bit more mystery-esque, they were saying.
I haven't started it yet.
Okay, that's fine.
I did hear Brittany say yesterday though that she thought it was more mystery-y than thriller-y. So
yeah, like they were relating it to like Lucy Foley, like the guest list kind of situation. And so I put myself on hold for it, but it's going to be a little while before I get that. I love that we're kind of on the same page here about like the type of books we're reading. So I am continuing my book chain with Death Under a Little Sky. This is a mystery. It's also labeled a psychological thriller. I haven't gotten to that part yet. So I don't really know where that's happening. But it is about like a cold case. Like they find bones in a bag under an apple tree and they're trying to figure out what's going on. I'm enjoying, there's a lot of like mystery classic references to like, what is it? Kathy Reich. Is she the one who wrote like the original Bones?
Yeah.
That turned into a TV show. So like her, Agatha Christie, and a bunch of other classics. So clearly the author like knows what he's doing. He's like, throwing in some Easter eggs that we like.
I know the genre.
Yes, he's like, I know who writes these things. But I also today am starting a buddy read with Coda and Nicole. I'm sure they're going to be in the comments at some point if they aren't already. And that's In the Woods by Tana French. So this is a mystery that's set in Dublin. And what's so funny is I found within it my receipt from when I purchased it. And it says from 2021. So I'll be kind of getting a book that's been on my, TBR for quite a few years out of the way.
That's not too bad, really. 2021.
No, this is a youth. This is a toddler on my shelves.
I've only got one left from 2021, and I have none left from 2022. I've read every book from 2022. One from 2021. We're not going to talk about what happened prior to that. Okay. But yeah, 2017 and 2018 are pretty rough. I mean, there was only 29 of them. Like, it can't be that bad. But yeah.
There's I was watching Julie for Keep Calm with Coffee and Books, and she recently was talking about her own kind of TBR takedown idea where she separated her shelves by year. And so she had like her like 2017 shelves or 2018 shelves and all of that. And then she had this one shelf that she kept calling the unknown shelves, like the unknown years. And I'm like, that's so ominous. So yes, we're like, we don't know where they came from. It's very funny.
I have like an actual spreadsheet where I actually started keeping when I started. It probably wasn't when I started BookTube, it was probably after that. But
Mm-hmm.
it was like, so anything pre-2017 is all in pre-2017, and then
Yeah.
every year since then. But some years don't have anything because I have read them all, which go me.
Yeah, that's amazing. Okay, so in the last year or two, I've gotten in that where I have a list of the books that I bought in 2023, and then obviously in 2022. So because that's when I started my booktube. And so now I've got the goal this year of reading every book that I purchased in 2024. But I also, I want to like keep working backwards. So I want to clear 2023 before I start, working anything else. So we're gonna see how it goes.
I'd have to read a lot to clear 2023. I don't think that's gonna happen.
See,
I mean,
I actually had that in mind already. I have like less than 20 books for 2023.
31, 92. I have like 60.
Okay. Suddenly I saw the 92 went up and I was like, whoa.
I read 150 books a year though, so I mean technically I could.
Yeah, if you like had to, but then you'd have to sacrifice like your 2024. Do you tend to read a lot of like new releases?
Yeah.
Mm.
And a lot of it too is like group books and buddy read books, because 95% of the time there's something I've never heard of before. So I don't own those already.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is fine.
Yeah,
but
I was
like
lucky.
to be part of the conversation. So
yeah, I was lucky about this one that this was on my self-destruct list. And Coda, apparently that's a part of his strategy. He watches those lists to create buddy reads with people. And I was like, yeah, that's actually really thoughtful of you.
it's really smart. I was going to have a self-destruct list this year, but I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm going to put a piece of paper over top of that in the what's that thing called? My planner, my reading journal, and do something different. I don't know what, but something different.
Yeah, this is my first year doing it. So we're going to see if I like it, like if I actually even touch any of these books. I'm touching one of them. At least one is going to be going, so that's good. Touching it right now. You can't see it off the screen. Then in the comments, we have the Hex Library herself. Woohoo! This scared me though, and I did say that in the comments. I was like, how did the internet know to take us to this video? I was like, oh my goodness, I was startled.
Because I set it up.
So smart. I literally was like, YouTube's watching us. Like YouTube knows.
No, you can set it up that way so that it will immediately go to someone's channel or their video or their live stream, but you have to have specific permissions set up to like where it's like all the people that you follow can link to you, or you can give people specific permission. You can't do it to just anybody. It's a thing.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Apparently I have no permissions at all. I'm just like, go for it. Woohoo! I just let everyone
do
go
whatever
crazy.
you want.
Yeah. Hello, Malka. I was going to make a terrible joke about scary faces, but you both have very cute faces, and I didn't want to accidentally give the impression otherwise. Thank you so much.
I mean, I can take it.
Yeah. I was also like, you caught me on a good day. I've showered recently. I washed my hair yesterday, so any other day, I can't promise anything. Hello, Kiwi, reading and blogging Babel, but this first sprint will probably be admin and making lunch. I have to write my feedback for the beta read and update my 10-stitch blanket. So much productivity today. Amazing. I hope you're enjoying Babel. I know that you're doing this for a vlog, so you don't have to say anything, but I hope you're enjoying it because that's a big book. It would not be great if you weren't enjoying that.
It's over there.
Have you read it?
No. It's on my unread shelf. All of my unread books are over there.
Hidden.
Yeah.
Katie and I are going to read it, I think. Katie and I are going to read it as a buddy read if you wanted to join us. We haven't narrowed down when or how. So it's a very vague open invitation.
When you and Katie figure it out, let me know and we'll see what my schedule looks like.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, literally we were like, we should do that. And then it's been floating around.
It's floating around it. I was supposed to buddy read it with my friend Devasia last year in like February,
Mhm.
which we obviously did not do because we are terrible people.
Good intentions, you know?
It's fine.
Yeah. I have a book all lined up to read. Some Discord friends helped pick it out for me. Awesome! Woohoo! What was that book? Oh my gosh, speak of Nicole, good morning. I am filming, editing, and reading one of the many books that I have on the go. Well, Nicole, we've got, I think we've got 3 chapters due today. Also, I have the internet warning, so hopefully everything is going okay. But if you lose me, Jess is in charge.
Oh boy. You do know that if your internet or your power goes out, this live stream will not stop.
It'll just that's what I thought, and the only reason why I thought that was because I think that's I watched that happen to other people. Like I think that happened to Neva once, and we just were like, "Oh, she's gone."
You have to like log in from your phone and
Mhm.
actually end the stream just for future reference.
Oh.
It will
Oh,
run all
okay.
night. If you don't think about it, it'll
Mhm.
keep running forever.
That's crazy. And yeah, so then if you lose power, like there's no guarantee of when you'll get it back. So it's just going and going.
They
Wow.
so StreamYard gives you like that extra seat where you can have someone else that has access to your account. And
Mhm.
I highly recommend giving that access to someone that you trust who you can
Mhm.
like text and be like, yo, can you go in and end my stream?
That's a really good idea. Yeah, because I haven't done that. Okay. This might be what I'll do in my first sprint. Might as well safeguard. I need to make sure you're all safe in good hands. Though Jess will man the stream for as long as she can
We'll
stay on.
stand here and dance and I'll mute myself and um we'll pretend there's a timer. We'll
You know what? There can be the challenge. You dance, and everyone in this comments has to find a song that they think you're dancing to. Like find the rhythm, and then they can kind of make it seem like you are.
I mean,
Maybe.
we could probably do that. I was gonna say we could just synchronize our watches and read until a
Oh,
specific time.
yeah. I came up with a game. So you're right. Let's stay productive. You're right. There's no reason why this should be off the rails. That's true. Let's see. I have my book already on my Kindle to read through these sprints as well. Amazing. Woke up and having a good day. Health wise, oh, good, Alicia. Hopefully it continues. Yeah. So going to try to get some rest and read. Yeah. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure. I think Alicia, remind me. I think you have COVID. I think you. Yeah. So so sorry if I remember correctly. Because unless I'm mixing you up with a different Alicia, you still seem like you're not well though. So either way. Hello, Mona. I'm reading The Silent Patient by Alex Michaelides. I have never read anything by him, but I've been meaning to. There's also a poll. Let us know what preferences you have for the first sprint, by the way, because I have no plans. I'm going to be listening to the Cress audiobook. Oh, okay. Third book after Cinder for the bingo board in Pokemon while doing meal prep. I need to read Cinder. I need to try that series because I haven't read it. Hello, Nicole. I'm going to be finishing The Heiress by Rachel Hawkins, then starting a reread of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. I think I might read There, but for the, what is this? There, but for the something, I'm missing a word I'm imagining, by Ali Smith. Weird, but I am curious. I think I own a few things by Ali Smith, like Autumn, because I know that book is really popular. Hello. We have happy anniversary. Woohoo! Party, party. Woohoo! Yes. Going with the flow. Everything is going.
I was born in the 80s. We dance with our hands.
Yes. Honestly, that's what I do anyway. I was born in the 90s and I'm still like, I'm that person who bops.
Pretty much if you're born in the 80s or 90s, you do this.
Raise the roof.
You.
That's what they told us. They just told us to keep raising it. We're like, why? We don't know why. We just were doing it.
It's also on fire.
Yeah, that's true. It was on fire. Oh, I had to keep it up, keep it from the ground, like a hot potato, a weird version of hot potato. Love your shirt, Jess. Yes.
This shirt is from Brianna at Four Paws in the Books merch. I don't know if she still has it up because it's fall themed, but that's where I got it.
She might. I think I have seen her do it because she also launched some merch that she said like it was just for her because it has like her name on it. Like in the little description, she's like, "This is literally for me." It was very funny.
If your name is spelled the same, you can if you want, but don't recommend it.
Hello, Greta. I'm filling in my reading journal before I go to bed. I have an early start tomorrow and it's already 11 p.m. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I was going to say, those of you in the UK or on the continent, it is late. Hello, how are you? Just accidentally spent 2 hours playing Animal Crossing. I completely lost track of time. Those games, those types of games, you lose time. You don't know what's happening. Yes. Happy anniversary to you. Congratulations. Hello, Julie. I was just talking about Julie. Working on some. Oh, that was smooth.
That's the one dance move I got.
I was gonna say, I was like, I don't know why, but that was some smooth moves right there. Working on some editing for now, and then I might switch to a secret book. Highly recommend you all go check out Julie's goals for her TBR. I found it very fascinating. I'm done with today's classes. Reading will be fun. Yes, Ro, congratulations. I'm glad you are finally able to relax and read. I am feeling a bit slumpy. Sorry to hear that, Laura. So I am going to read some booktube. You know what? That works.
Always works. Wrong.
Mm-hmm. And someone is going by in like a motorcycle in my street. Like, what is going on? It sounded like he was right in here. He's trying to get home quick to join us. He heard them.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Yeah. He's like, oh, I'm late. Vroom, vroom.
I'm late.
Exactly. I'm reading Powerless. That is a title that I'm sure has many authors because I think there's a few series with that. So let us know, Laura, which one. I've got some Critical Role to watch, but at some point tonight, I'll be starting Inkblood Sister Scribe. That's on my TBR for this month.
There's a readathon that's doing that or a book club. What book club is that? Oh, the Bujo Buddy Book Club, which is the bullet journaler Jashi Curran. That is her book club.
Oh my gosh. I'm reading it for a special project that is affiliated with a booktuber who may or may not be in the comments at some point, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to try an immersive read it because I got the audiobook, and I'm participating in Bookemon, and because it's over 400 pages, but I also have the audiobook, I think I could possibly get the prompt or the item where you have to read a 400 plus page book in a day. So I'm trying to wait and see what day I'm the most free so I can just only do that.
I don't know how you guys are doing that readathon because I can't do a yearly readathon. I did it once before with the Avengers Initiative Reading Challenge, and it was a whole year, and it was a whole year.
Yeah. I'm literally already feeling it. It's like 2 weeks in, and I'm just like trying to think, and I'm losing it. And then there's like January. There's like a January Bookemon specifically, and then there's like a seasonal bookie, and I'm just trying to get the regular items because I can't process anything else. So
I couldn't do it. I can't. I'm good. I'll be over here doing my monthly readathons.
Yeah, there we go. Mm-hmm. Or even less, like a week long, like 2 weeks.
Or less.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, Megan. I somehow managed to get a paperback of The Engagement Party at the thrift store for 25 cents over the weekend.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. And isn't that like a new release? Didn't it just come out or did it come out last year? I actually don't know. It's just
I think it was last year.
Okay.
I checked my phone.
I haven't heard of the book. I'll just imagine that it came out just now. And I'm like, no, it's just that I haven't heard of it.
That happens a lot.
Hello, Steph. Worked on cleaning out my office this afternoon with my mom. I got 3 shelves of one of my bookshelves back, and I'm so excited, ready to relax and read tonight. Woohoo! Hello.
It was a new release, and it came out last year because it was December 5th. So.
Oh, okay. So it is like it's new, but it's technically 2023. Yeah. Like only like a month old.
Yeah. It's a baby.
It is. It is a baby. It can't even walk yet. Just finished eating, cleaning up dinner. I'm finishing House of Earth and Blood, 50 pages. I think it's so funny that on other people's channels, Sarah will give the acronym, but she knows that I won't know it. So she always spells it out. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it. We got about 6 inches of snow here, a blizzard in the south, and schools are closed Tuesday, Wednesday. Oh my gosh, already.
That is a lot of snow for the South.
Mm-hmm. Emily Wilde book 2 is published tomorrow. My hold will drop at midnight. Oh my gosh, Ro. That's going to be fun. Hello, Danny. How are you? Just joining. Cooking dinner. Awesome, Michaela. I know there's definitely going to be a dinner sprint at some point this evening. So Allison just finished Zodiac Academy 3. You've got a lot to go. And going to read tomorrow while ordering dinner for Noodles and Company. Very nice. It's funny with that title in that kind of description, and because you didn't have it capitalized, it could just look like you were repeating a word for some reason. And it's like, nope, that's what the title's called. I will be starting in the woods. Woohoo! Looking forward to it. Okay. Yeah, on par. I happen to have the audiobook, so I'm going to be immersive reading this too. Don't know what my comrades are doing though. Most of my TBR books have only been on my shelf for 2 to 3 years, but I have owned Inferno by Dan Brown since spring 2016, and who knows if I'll get to it. Yeah.
Is that the one that they made the third movie of when they did the Da Vinci Code and I think Inferno is the one that they made it. It is real bad.
I think you're right.
The first couple were really good. And the last one that I don't know, I was like delirious and sick one weekend. And so I just decided to watch the first 2 movies again. And then it like recommended, because you know how streaming services are, like they recommend the next one. And it was like one I had to rent, like I had to pay $2 to rent it or something. And I watched it and I was like, I don't know if it's the cold medicine or my brain, but that is the weirdest thing I think I have ever watched. I'm afraid to rewatch it, so I don't know.
You know, I remember watching it in movies with like a friend at the time, and I think at that point we must have been in high school, and I was like, what are we doing here? We shouldn't be here, like watching, like not because of our age, just because I didn't know what was going on. It was just I think I left knowing less than when I arrived.
Sometimes that happens.
That was crazy. Well, anyway, Amber Honey, enjoy. I'm sure we just enticed you even more. Going to try really hard to start keeping track of books I buy in 2024. I don't know why I said it that way rather than 2024. I had to put in the 1,000. But yeah, good luck, Sarah. That's what I'm doing. Do you keep track by date you bought it? So you know what? I keep track of the date I buy it. So like for instance, in my bullet journal, I'll type in, what am I talking about? Write in the month. I'm on the internet too much. Like January, for instance, and then I'll just like write down the author and the like title, and just so know like what books did I buy this month. And then I have a system where like at this point I'll check mark if I've read it, or I'll put a star if I bought it after having read it. So like maybe I borrowed it from the library and I loved it, then I'll, so then I know which ones are the ones I actually have to read. And it could be a book that was published in 2024, but it could be a book that was published in 1899. Whatever that range is.
Yeah, I keep track both of like when it was published, like as I read them, not as I haul them. I don't keep track of books I haul other than just like the name of the author and the title and what month it was in. But like when I actually read them, I keep track of publication date. And then if I read it like physically from my shelves or if it was a borrow, but then I also have one that tells me when I purchased it, or if it was like an ARC, or if I purchased it after I read it. Because a lot of times I'll read a book in a month, and then in that same month I will have enjoyed it so much that I buy it. So I like to keep track. And then I'll go back through at the end of the year, and anything that I bought, I'll go back through and change it to bought after reading.
Yeah. I'm obsessed with this. I love seeing other people's systems and knowing like, information that I might not care about, but you do, or vice versa. Or I'll be like, that's actually a really good statistic to have. And I'm like, quickly add it to my plan. This is the time to like exchange ideas, because in January, we've just started our bullet journals, just started our stats, so we can easily add new ones. The worst thing is when you realize like halfway through the year, like that would have been a really good stat to keep in track of. And then it's like, well, either I go back or I don't do it until next year.
Make myself a mental note for next year.
Exactly. I'm going to read Dawn of the Dreadfuls from the series Pride and Prejudice of Zombies. That does seem like a fun series. I know that series is, not new anymore, but I've been meaning to read that because I enjoyed the movie. Watching the Bills game and reading We Know You Remember by Tove Alsterdal. Very cool. I know the Bills ended up getting snowed out yesterday. Like they literally had to cancel the playoff game. And that's tough to do in Buffalo because they are used to everything.
I think
The
someone said
unknown.
they posted a thing on their social media that was like, if you have a shovel, come help us dig out.
Yeah, they were like, please, like all those diehard fans, can you just help us out? Because it's like they can't delay it very long. Like they have to. It's just, and I feel like they've done that before too. Like that's literally a traditional thing where they're just gonna get their fans to come and bring shovels and like help everyone out. It's too funny. Only in Buffalo, New York. The unknowns do sound quite ominous. Oh yeah, yeah, Julie. Now that you say that, yeah, because you're like the unknown shelves, and then you start saying the unknown years, and I'm like, this is getting more and more like almost sinister. I'm like, what are you talking about? That could be in like a fantasy book or something. I need to update my series spreadsheet, but I'm probably just going to read Why Be Productive. Exactly. Yeah, you're going to be reading productive, not keeping track of statistics productive. Hello, I'm currently 60% in The Strange Case of the Alchemist's Daughter. Where has this book been all my life? I need dozens of these books and a BBC drama. Well, if that's not a 5-star review, I don't know what is. I know you've got 40% left, but it's sounding incredible. Hello, Anne. I finished City of Lost Souls by Cassandra Clare and will be starting the last book in the series, City of Heavenly Fire. Well, congratulations that you're almost done with that. I don't know how done you are in all of Cassandra Clare, because I know that she has quite a world.
If you haven't read that series yet, take a box of tissues with you before you read that book, especially for the end. Just saying.
Okay, that's good. Well, Anne, you're about to start the last book in the series. Make sure. I'm sure you're prepared. What you've read so far has maybe told you got to get ready for it.
For some reason, her books are like 800 pages long, and for some reason, like the last 150 pages is just me crying and trying to read every series. Like the series finale books, not like every book in it, but listen, they're not masterpieces. They're not the best written things. They're not the most original plots. We all know it was a Harry Potter fan fiction. I get it. But there's something that she does with like emotions and characters that breaks me. So
yeah, I mean, you're not the only one. I know that Brooklyn from Brooklyn Reads, I don't know if you know her, but she that series is like everything, among others. She's just like, oh, this just these characters, getting them, and yeah. Hello, Bethany. It's going to be a productive evening. I started jumping onto cleaning, and then I was like, wait, no, let's go back with kids' messes. Oh no, those children! How dare they? Yeah, we need maybe if you want to borrow Jess's huge sauce pots to be rid of them.
It's true.
Hello, more. I think we'll be having a dinner sprint during the first sprint. Nice. I know that the thing that won was 60 minutes. If you know what the thing is, it's the poll. So 60 minutes we'll do, but I know it was a close second was 45. So we'll do 45 in the second one if that sounds good. If people want to fight me on it, they can. But I think that's what we're going to do. Want to read Babel next month. If you're doing Battle of the Girl Bands, it is a favorite, one of the hosts' favorites. It's Brittany's. Hello, Paula. Just finished sprints on my channel. Oh, good. I was hoping that I wasn't going to overlap with you too much. So came to hang out before I go to bed. Sounds good. Thanks for stopping in. Hello, Carissa. If I pick up a book, it's The Arm of the Sphinx. I am about halfway done. I know you've been working on that one. I've completed 13 out of 25 prompts for the bingo board. My goal is to hit all 25, Alex. You can do
I
it.
mean,
We're
it's
about
the exact middle of the month, and you're at the middle of the bingo board, so great.
the math is mathin' for that one. Babel is one of the girl band. Exactly, that's what I was saying. Yeah, so for those of you who want to steal points if you aren't on her team, at some point I need to take the time to read Babel. It just feels like it will be the only thing I can read until I'm done. Yeah, you'll want to be like immersed in it. I've had Babel in my TBR forever. Thanks, Britt, for having it as a favorite for Battle of Bands next month. So now I get to read it next month for extra points for my team. Ooh, we know what team you're on, Alicia. That is what Neva and I do with StreamYards. Yeah, that's so smart. That makes sense. I gotta have gotta have the buddy system. Wait, Battle of the Bands, but it's a readathon. Why have I not heard about this? Oh my gosh, yes. So go to Rainy Blue Reads. She has an announcement video, and then you can choose what team you're on. You can either do it based on your favorite band among the 4 that are there. There's Destiny's Child, TLC, which is the team I'm on. Then there is Cheetah Girls and Spice Girls. So there's a bunch of different teams you can join. Oh my gosh, this is you! It's Battle of the Girlfriends. Yes, it is. Jess, you're quietly waiting for me to be like the next comment explains it all.
Listen, I pay attention and I try to answer things like if I can in the time. So
thanks. I appreciate that. I'll keep an eye out so I don't like repeat ourselves.
I want you to know that I am on Team Cheetah Girls because Aoife and I decided we wanted to be on the same team because we like to gossip and because that's who we are. And we wanted to be on different teams. And I was like, let's flip a coin. And I won. So Aoife and I are on Team Cheetah Girls. So
you know what? I respect that. As someone who was like practically raised on Cheetah Girls at one point, I understand. They've got some bops. So yeah, I respect it. I respect it. We'll be competitors in February, but for now, we're friends.
It was because it was the only team that had a book on my physical TBR that I hadn't read yet, other than Babel, because I'm not reading Babel in a book month where we're trying to read a whole bunch of books. I'm not doing it. So yeah, I have Godzilla on my shelves.
You know, I always think I'm like, you know what, I probably should choose a host favorite that like actually would be extremely accessible that a lot of people probably own. And I didn't do it this time. I think it's because like I got messed around with just having one. I'm used to having multiple options, and I was like, one, and then I chose an obscure one, and I'm like, well, here we are. So sorry, Team TLC, that's my bad. Yes, unfortunately, COVID got me. I knew that. I'm so sorry. Please rest. I know you are doing it. I don't have to tell you, but I'm so sorry. Hello, Elizabeth. I will be reading House of Sky and Breath, another person who isn't giving me an acronym. Thank you. For the first time in preparation for the new release at the end of the month. Very nice. Go Cheetah Girls. Hello, everyone. Hi, Athena. How are you? I'll be hoping to finish One Dark Window during these sprints. Yeah, Katie was saying yesterday like how much she loves that book. I call it chair dancing. Yeah, exactly. Just like
I do too. Chair dancing. Just yeah,
exactly.
You dance in your chair.
And then hope everyone's well. You too, Christina. Thanks for hanging out with us, listening to The Engagement Party by Darby Kane, sharing some reading through my pile of possibilities vibes with the like button. Thank you so much. Got bored with the book I was reading and decided to go through a bookshelf. Yeah, honestly, might as well check things out. Just pop in and lock in. Yes, pop, lock, and drop in. Maybe not drop in yet, but at some point we will.
I'm old. If I drop it and I have to pick it up, I'm not getting back up. So
yeah, I know what you mean. Especially my knees will be cracking while I'm doing it anyway. I'm going to finish Harry Potter. Yeah, it's like it's crunching. It's not even popping. It's just like crunchy. So it is by Lauren Roberts, that one. Okay, for Powerless. Love crit roll. Me too. I need to actually get back into it. We've been snow iced in for a couple of days. My school district already called for a snow day tomorrow. Yippee! Yeah, some of us enjoy that. Need a better spread for Laura, if you want to look at mine, I made one in my bullet journal, and I found it very helpful. And you could always kind of like do it as like a digital spreadsheet if you wanted to. I don't know. I like physical things. I grew up on like taking physical notes. Like I have students who only want to take notes on their computer, and I like don't let them. I'm like, no, you are not allowed. You must use a pen or pencil. I think I am just going to try getting the basic Pokemon, but I'll be excited if I can get more. Yeah. We read Inkblood Sister Scribe for my book club in September. Yeah, that's awesome. For Pokemon, I think I'm just reading and making sure I'm getting the monthly ones you have to do to get prompts. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And like there are some, if you got tools in December, you can make things easier for your life too. If I don't know what to read, then I can help. Otherwise, I get too overwhelmed. I want to read backlist books. I have 20 unread 2020 titles on my shelves. Yeah, that's a lovely mirror. 20 books unread from 2020. I like that. Leandra, do you know you keep echoing? Yes.
It's
I
me.
don't know. Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know what's going on.
I did answer her a little bit below. I
Mhm.
have that problem sometimes, and because I've just moved, if I have you turned up too loudly, my microphone picks it up. It's not supposed to because it's on directional, but
Mhm.
it does what it wants. So I just turned you down, and hopefully that has solved the problem.
Okay, I can always like whisper.
No,
Ooh,
you're
maybe that's
absolutely
weird.
fine.
I was like, maybe that's worse, setting a weird tone. OMG, looks like I am starting another series. I know, I'm so sorry, Nicole. But you know what's fun? It comes with like a TV show, The Dublin Murder Squad. Apparently it's on Stars though. I don't know if any of us have that that specific subscription. It's kind of an odd one. Yeah, they just keep piling up. Yep, you are welcome. So funny. Hi, Sadia. How are you? Thanks for popping in. We are close to the end of the comments, people. I promise. And we'll get into that hour sprint.
It's only
Going
been
to
40
go.
minutes.
It's only been 40 minutes. We're having a party, Like, we had to get excited. It's 7th anniversary. Ungst, 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 ungst. Doing a little shimmy. A very, like, boxy shimmy. I realized I didn't move my arms. I just, like, that's fine. I don't know how to dance.
Me either.
Go have dinner. We'll be back. Sounds good stuff. Off to bed. Have fun sprinting. Thanks, Greta. I'm sorry you didn't get to actually sprint with us. My Goodreads publication year graph is unreadable because I've read the Iliad. So everything from the last 200 years is just squashed on the graph. Yeah, that makes sense. That's funny.
This makes sense.
I like to track when I buy books, but it also makes me question my buying habits when books I've had for such a long time are still on my. Yeah, you kind of start to question yourself, being like, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? Or if I've bought a book and then I read it and I don't like it, I'm just, for some reason, that makes me more mad. So yeah. I'm going to be reading Across the Green Grass Fields by Shauna McGuire, another author I haven't read, but I've been meaning to try. I think I'm going to read a story from Out There Screaming for the first sprint and then edit my vlog. The title is eye-catching. Is it like a, I think you were mentioning this maybe in Katie's sprints yesterday. Is it like a horror anthology? That's what it looks like.
Yes.
I'm back here, Jean. I lost her. Her comment was slippery bugger, but I got her. Hello, ladies. I'm going to try to clean, but I also want to get at least 5% of my book read. Okay, you can do it. Hi all. I'm going to be reading Between the Blade and the Heart by Amanda Hawking, and planning to finish my audiobook of Our Cursed Love by Julie. We love juggling books. That's what I'm doing too, actually. Not those titles, but you know what I'm talking about. Just did my reading journal entry for Chain of Thorns. Happy to finally be fully caught up. On the World. Nice. Going to start an arc of Love Naturally by Sophie Sullivan. Oh my goodness. They're coming for me. I am telling you, I live on the busiest street that exists. I can never sprint without anything happening outside my window. And I'm just like, oh, goodness. I don't even live in a city. I don't know what's going on where I live. Anyway, hello, Glenda. Yes, happy BookTube anniversary. Woohoo. And to celebrate, Glenda's reading Get a Life, Chloe Brown, and Lorca Sending. Those reads go out to you, Jess. Team TLC for me. Yes, Laura. Woohoo! Meanwhile, Julie says, I'm so glad your coin shows correctly. Yes, I respect the coin. You can't question the coin or bad things happen. Team Spice Girls, yes, we support that. Paula, especially because, uh, our queen of the readathon, Rainey, that is her team. So you have to respect it. I actually have a paperback of the obscure book you picked for the readathon. Oh my gosh, Megan, The Tiger's Wife. I was like, what are you talking about? Also, sorry everyone, my when I get loud, the mic then gets loud from Jess's side. But yeah, The Tiger's Wife. Honestly, it's so good, Megan. I hope you like it. I need to make a clear one for my bullet journal. Uh, you know what? I'm an adjunct, so it's not my main source of income. They don't pay you enough to make it your main source of income, but I do teach undergrads at a local university. I'm not doing it this spring. They asked me to do it, and I said no because I was like, I can't do it. But maybe next fall. I know they've got some openings. I can't do it this spring. Our brains haven't evolved to absorb typed notes. Exactly. I agree. It is honestly, genuinely, there's been studies that show that you have to handwrite notes, depending on the learner. Those with certain learning disabilities, or they need certain accommodations. I 100% allow them to use their computers in class. But those who don't have that, I know they're not going to absorb it the way they need to. I'm doing a bingo board reshuffle. I am swapping out some of my original TBR to accommodate for the Buddy Reads and Buzzwordathon. Oh my gosh, Buzzwordathon. I intended to do that this year, and then I didn't have any theirs in my January month. Your mic just decided we need exactly. You just need two Leandras and one Jess. Perfect combination. Just got stars to watch the new Hunger Games movies. Oh my gosh.
Fair enough.
Yeah, maybe you can do the thing where you do the subscription for one month, binge it, and then be done with it. Hello, Katie. I'm reading The Engagement Party. Yes, you are. The audiobook is not the way to go. Oh my gosh, really? Here's hoping I finish it quickly. Okay, interesting. I have the ebook. I think I'm gonna have the book.
I have the audiobook, and I'm pretty sure what they were talking about last night was that you don't know which character you're reading the point of view from when you're reading it because it's not clear. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yay! We love that. A mystery within a mystery that wasn't intended. Goals for this year: finish the second half of Discworld. Keep up with my 2024 purchases. I love it, Jess. That's amazing. Me too. For the second part, I'll be listening to Legends and Lattes, or reading The Wind Up Girl with my eyeballs. With your eyeballs. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you got to decide: are you going to use your ears or your eyes today? 75% done. Yeah. Waiting for my lunch to cook was the longest 20 minutes of my life. Well, we've still been chatting here, Kiwi. So we kept you company. I'm at work, so I may be in and out. Gonna be reading Red White. Oh, I've lost my R's. My R's are gone. Red Rising between work stuff. Oh my gosh. I went to speech therapy when I was a child because all my R's were W's. So I just flashbacks. I was like, oh my gosh, little Leand. Yeah, little Leandwa. That was me. I mean, the majority of sprints I watch, the sprints don't usually happen until I know. Honestly, we our start time is 6, but our start time isn't.
You have to catch up.
Exactly. Yeah, we're giving you time. People are trickling in still. That's what we're doing. We're being accommodating to those who arrive late. My streams usually have a stream start 5 minutes in because there's never more than a dozen people in the chat. Well, honestly, I will say that as many of you have seen, I've been kind of a crazy little bird. At least it's been sounding like it, because I'm overwhelmed by the number of people who have so kindly joined us these past 2 weeks. And so these numbers aren't what I'm used to either. So I understand. That is why. Oh yeah, were you going to say something, Jess? I saw you.
I was just going to say, you're not the only one. It's anybody who's been hosting TBRathon sprints have said that it's a lot more than usual. And I think that's just normal with readathons, because my highest viewed video last year was my amazing readathon sprints.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's just normal. I mean, it's a great problem to have. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but there is a lot for sure. And it's honestly, it just goes to show you how, like, we definitely don't want less people. Like, it just shows that you guys are all like talking. We wouldn't want you to stop talking in the comments because you're as excited as we are. So yeah. That is why I am now trying to only buy secondhand books. I hate getting a book that is supposed to be good and then it's a fizzer. Ooh, what a description, a fizzer. Yeah. Highly suggest middle grade for Sean McGuire, and Out There Screaming is a hard. Aha, I thought so. Oh, and I'll buy all black authors. That's okay.
Yes.
I think you know what? I think you were recommending this to me. It's all coming back to me. I gotta like put that on my Goodreads though, so I don't forget. I am having a bit of a headache, but I am trying to finish Northanger Abbey. Ooh, and read a bit more of Eye of the World. The former title that's on my list to read. I think that's going to be my next Jane Austen to tackle. Reading Emma tonight, another Jane Austen. What is going on? I live half a block from a highway. All the ambulances go by. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Local fire department uses it a lot too. Yeah. It's such a main road that I get used to it. Just got my notifications. Emily Wilde's 2 is on its way. Oh my goodness, Danny. I think that's your first pre-order of the year, but you can correct me. Yes, The Tiger's Wife. That's what I thought. I loved that. That's the only book I've ever read by that author, though. Happy Booktubeversary. Woohoo. Yes, keep them coming. I don't want us to ever stop this celebration. I'm juggling Planet Fall by Emma Newman and Mistress Anne by Temple Bailey. Awesome. I definitely learn better with written notes. Yeah. So excited. I know it's gonna be great for you guys. Hello everyone. Hello. Good luck with the wind up girl. Not a fan, but hope you enjoy it. We only have 4 more comments, so we're going to get through this. I know I didn't really even know what reading. What am I? I can't even read. I'm getting distracted by like Jess's amazing like dance moves. And I'm like, oh, that's right, words. Reading sprints were until a couple weeks ago. I feel like I'm just sounding like a robot. I'm off work temporarily until I heal from shoulder surgery. So I've definitely watched a lot more booktube. Sherry, I hope that your recovery goes well. My father actually, he got shoulder surgery this past year, and so I know that it isn't fun. Like there are parts of like mobility where you're slowly getting it back, and yeah. So I hope that it's going well for you though. Yes, we're the solar system on Discord. Oh my goodness. Yes. Yeah. Okay. This is the connection. You are the solar system on Discord. I love that. Okay, that makes sense. Uh, oh, also pre-ordered the Griffin's Egg. Oh, that's right. And it came today. Oh, that's so exciting. Amazing. Okay, on that note, I'm going to star that comment. Those that come in after it, we'll check in after the break. But we will go into our 60-minute sprint. If everyone wants to flood the comments again, saying happy booktube anniversary, I wouldn't be mad about it. Don't forget that you can also watch Jess's very brief but heartwarming video. It's in my description. And while you're at it, subscribe to her if you aren't already. So that is the end of my spiel. Beyond that, we will see everybody in 60 minutes. Hello, everyone. How did we do? Let us know in the comments if you did anything. If you didn't, also let us know, because that always sounds good. People choose to do an anti-productive sprint, fight the status quo and all that. I ended up reading the prologue and the first chapter of In the Woods, and at first I was preparing myself to complain about the audiobook because this is set in Dublin, and Tana French, if I remember correctly, she's Irish American and she currently resides in Ireland, I think. But it's clearly Irish, and the narrator's very much English. I was like, what did they do wrong? I'm like, this is a detective in Dublin, clearly he's Irish. And then a little over halfway through the chapter, we realize that he was sent away to boarding school in England, and that's where he got his accent. I'm like, okay, never mind. I'll take a step back. But I didn't know. And so that messed with me for a hot second. But now we're good again, and now I can understand why he's British, because I was like, why is he British? And then he's doing this woman character and giving her an Irish accent, and I'm like, I don't understand why. And I'm like, okay. Anyway, that's where I'm at.
That is a valid question.
Yeah, I was so confused. I was like, you didn't even get a hint of maybe an Irish English blend or something. It just because then I was gonna look at the origin to be like, was this audiobook produced by an English publisher, and for whatever reason they chose not to in an Irish one. I don't know. But then I was like, okay, I guess there's a reason. So anywho, Jess, how did you do?
I made and ate dinner and cleaned up from dinner, most of it anyway. Started a round of laundry, so put laundry in the washer and what was in the washers in the dryer. And I started the robot vacuum so it could do its vacuumy thing. And I let the dogs out and back in. And I made hot chocolate.
Very nice.
I think that might be it. I don't know.
I don't have hot chocolate. I have decaf coffee, but I wish I had hot chocolate, actually. That sounds lovely. Yeah, you were productive. You were so productive. I did end up also taking notes for my planned video on Thursday, because for me, this is me getting ahead. I'm like, ooh, it's Monday and I'm prepping things. What am I doing? Who am I? And so that's also what I did, but we'll see if I do anything on Tuesday with this momentum. Anywho, let's see here. So we left off. There are a few comments came in as I was getting us ready. Dinner has been eaten. Awesome, Malka. I am now ready to start. Ashford Parker doesn't fail once the sprinting officially begins. This is a part of a series, a romance series, right? Is it the same one that's Delilah Green, or is it a different series?
It's Delilah Green.
Okay. I've been meaning to start this series because everybody's been talking about it. Tonight I'm reading Killing Commendatore by Haruki Murakami. That's one of the ones by Haruki Murakami I haven't read. Sherry, let us know. What are you thinking about it? Should I read it? It's been years since I've actually read a Murakami, so I've been meaning to try him again. Hello, Cherie, stopping in from Vanessa's sprint. I knew Vanessa was sprinting too, and made it to 55% of Amari and the Night Brothers, and hope to finish tonight because school's closed. I don't work. Yippee! So many closings. So funny. Are you enjoying Amari and the Night Brothers? Because I want to read that too. You're all reading books that I want to read that I haven't read yet. I had it in October. Okay, yeah, with COVID. Hope I recover well. I know. Oh my goodness, not fun. And then some chat. A happy BookTube anniversary. BookTube anniversary. Can you imagine BookTube University? Woo! Yes. At this point, 7 years, you've got your doctorate in BookTube.
There's probably people that'll sell that to you on the internet. So
probably, yeah. I came up with another dance move. It's the flip the page. I don't
know. You gotta do what you gotta do sometimes.
Yeah. Well, reach the top shelf, low shelf. Things are happening. We'll come up with some BookTube dance moves.
They have that for grocery shopping. already.
I know. We have to do
If we
something
don't
that's just
eat,
like I'm
put it in the
holding a stack. I'm already holding I'm not pushing the cart though. So maybe that's we gotta do something else with our hands. I don't know.
Oh, so you're not doing this guy, you're doing like this.
Yeah, like attitude, my left arm strength. Exactly. Yeah. There we go. Add those books to that TBR. Woo! Okay. Anywho.
We say
Hello,
that
Nikki.
knowing that both of us, the point of our channels is to be less of a TBR. But go ahead.
You're right. Oh my goodness. Calling us out. Yes. Book 'em, guys. Got 'em. We are committing TBR crimes. Hello, Julie. Stopping in to say hello while I make dinner. Hope everyone is reading something awesome. I think we are. I think we're all having fun. Oh, wait, actually, did you listen to any of your audiobook while you're doing it? No.
It's too noisy in there when you've got like the washer and the dryer and the vacuum all running. Like you can't hear anything even with headphones in. So
Yeah,
I
makes
just talk
sense.
to the cats
Yeah.
instead, you know.
Yeah. Did they talk back?
No, I haven't taught them to do that yet.
Okay. Yet. Have you read Starter Villain, by the way?
No, but you guys were talking about it yesterday and or the day before, and I
Yeah.
was like immediately going on the list.
You should, because those cats talk in a way, and it's very fun. I think you'd have fun with it.
It's on the
Uh,
list now. It's your
Good.
fault.
Mwahaha. Good. Unless you hate it, then I'll feel really badly. I'm always like, haha, good. And then I'm like, ooh, but if you don't have fun, then I actually am sorry.
It's okay.
Um,
I'll just not read it. It's fine.
Yeah, there you go. Exact. You know what? I actually am not as nervous about recommending books to you because you're like me, where you'll DNF in a hot second, which makes me feel better. I'm nervous about recommending it to someone who is like a diehard, will not finish until the last page, and I'm like, oh, now that is pressure for me to recommend something to you.
But yeah, I can't live my life like that. As I
Yeah,
have said, I have DNF'd books at 85% before, where I'm just like,
like
I
no,
thought I was gonna make it, but I'm not, and I just give up.
thought I was gonna make it. I saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and then nope, turned around.
I was like,
Hello,
nah, I'm
Jennifer.
good.
Yeah, just joined, just finished dinner. A lot of dinners being had. Going to jump into reading and relaxing. Very nice. I don't know how relaxing we're going to be. I'm off the walls tonight. I don't know what I'm having. Maybe I've had too much caffeine. I feel like Jess, you came on a night where I'm just bouncing off the walls. So
I'm
yeah,
good with
you're
that.
keeping us calm though, but with your dance moves too. Mm, mm, mm. Sprinting currently. I knew that you were Vanessa, but just popping in to say hi and hit the like button. Thanks so much. Then Paula ended up going off to bed, which we understand because she's in England. This is me. I was saying that if anyone can, even now at some point, just go over to Lexi Rose Reads. She's also hosting TBRathon sprints, and the only time that she can host sprints on her channel are Monday evenings. And so if we could just go support her because it's really kind of her. She also scheduled them before she knew I was doing Monday nights, and so we're a mess. But yeah, so if we could all just go say hi and do a little bit of sprint rating, be all stealthy, but in the way that you're not stealthy, because then you say hello. That would be great. And then Nicole, Nikki says hello. I don't know why I called you Nicole. I'm sorry, Nikki. Reading Priory of the Orange Tree. I wished her luck on that chunky read, and she said, I'm on chapter 4. So she has a lot of the chunk to get through still.
That's a lot.
It is. And if you enjoy it, you got to go to the prequel next, unless you started with the prequel, which I guess you could have done. Some people have done that. Bree did that.
Technically, she only read the prequel.
Yeah, that's true. She didn't. Yeah, that's true. Not that she intended to go and do Priory.
I read this brick, and now I've decided I didn't like it, and I will never read the other one.
Yeah. Popping on to say hi and boop the like. Thanks, Jamie. I know that Jamie was going off and running errands or having other plans and might catch us on the way back, but no worries. Trying to keep all these characters straight. Honestly, sometimes I feel like it would be smart to write down characters, like writing them all down. Christina, are you talking about the engagement party? Because I'm pretty sure that's what you were reading, but I could be wrong. The $1,000,000 question, Jess. Can I make hot chocolate in less than 10 minutes? Yes, we already have that answer. You can do anything if you put your mind to it. Oh, and then Bree's on Patreon sprints right now. I wanted to stop and say hi. Thanks, Bree. I appreciate it. I know that it can be tough when you're like hosting and then doing other things. So thanks. Oh, oh my goodness. The chat just jumped. The chat is dancing too. It appears. There we go. I will say Bethany's comment though. Try and get started on bedtime early, but the kids foiled my plans with a 15-minute bathroom break. We have a training potty, so at least they did not have to take turns. That's good. There we go. Hot chocolate sounds good. It does sound good. That's what I was saying.
It is delicious.
Thanks for being here, Ro. I know that you know with like classes going on, you probably have an early morning tomorrow. So thanks for being here anyway. Read 10% and watched the sports ball. Sports ball. Oh, I'm sure they were in like gallant suits, wearing jewelry of various sports equipment. I'm sure it was a beautiful time dancing on that ballroom floor. Made it. Yes, you did make it. It is currently -1 degree Fahrenheit. Brandy, oh my goodness, feels like -15. Yeah, it is so cold out. I've been putting water out for the stray cats, and I always keep having to change it out because it keeps freezing. And like they're warm, staying wherever they are. But when I was quickly feeding them, because I'm like, here, go, 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 and then I was like, go home, go get warm. But I like, yeah, it's cold out. Anyway, that was my tangent, but yes, it's cold here too. Food sprint. Yes, Bethany. Now a parenting sprint. Yes, we know. We already know what kind of parenting sprint it's going to involve. A long bathroom break. That was a little preview for all of you at home. Man, hot chocolate sounds good. Yes, it does. 40 pages of Emma. How are you liking it, Beth? Are you a Jane Austen stan? Is this your first time? I read Emma last year, actually. Yes, maybe last year, a year ago, 2 years, somewhere around there. Mostly just watched Critical Role. Sounds like a great evening. But I also fed the cats, speaking of cats, and got myself a couple of Eggos. Lego my Eggo. I got, not sponsored, I got most of my video edited and cleaned up dinner. Woohoo! Awesome, Julie. 20 pages, some picking up and checking on the fireplace. Oh yeah, keep that fireplace going. Got an hour done of crafts and half the meal prep. Hopefully we'll finish it in the next sprint. Awesome, Purple Dragon.
Yeah.
Is it a trilogy or are there more in the series?
There are 4 books in the series, and then there's a novella that's pretty long, and then there's a collection of short stories that also has like an epilogue in it.
Okay. So halfway if you want to do all of it. Ooh, have them on display even. Nice.
Yeah.
Read a bit, sprint hopped a bit. Christina, you're always sprint hopping. We appreciate you for doing that while also being productive. Didn't read, totally fine, Athena. I ended up talking with my dad. We love that. I also did some stuff with my journal. My own father likes to join the sprints once in a while. We'll see him in the comments. He usually does very like stunted little comments, depending on what he's reading, what he's doing. He's juggling 2 reads at the moment, which is not him. I was very surprised. I was like, "Who are you?" He's becoming quite the bibliophile. There was no reading other than titles and to see if random books were parts of series. Oh my gosh, yeah. I cleaned off my bookshelf that entire sprint. That's productive, though.
It's productive.
Yeah, exactly. No one will be allowed to challenge you on that in the comments. They can come to me if they do. I just finished House of Earth and Blood. It was a reread. Oh, that's right, Sarah, it was, but I forgot so much. I'm really glad I'm jumping straight into book 2 tomorrow and will finish the reread right when book 3 releases. Perfect. That is honestly, I need to get more into that because I'm getting better about anticipating the next in a series. But I still haven't gone into the whole rereading before that book releases kind of thing. I feel like I need to do that because I have a few trilogy books coming out, and I'm like, when was the last time? When did I read book 2? I need to look into that.
I love to look up the synopsis is not the word I'm looking for, but
like summaries.
Yeah, people recaps. There are people, especially if it's like a more popular series. There's a lot of different like bloggers who will do recaps of book series. And I
Mm-hmm.
like to read through those a lot of times if it's been a while since I've read something. Because sometimes
Yeah,
I like
that's
something enough to keep reading, even though it's been a while, but I don't like it enough to start over.
Mhm. Yeah, because the thing is, the series that I've been used to, and I think that's why I'm so bad at series, are like mystery series, and usually it's like a closed mystery, so you can like be jumping around. It doesn't really matter. Like the mystery that happened in book one, there's a new mystery in book two, so as long as you remember character names, it doesn't really matter. And so now I'm like, oh, that's right. Okay, like there's an ongoing situation. Like I need to remember people's relationships. So yeah, I'm slowly getting used to that. Read a chapter in The Sandman, Volume 1 by Neil Gaiman, then about a chapter and a half of Red Rising. Love juggling. I feel like I'm liking characters I'm not supposed to. Uh-oh, Jasper, what does that mean? Well, maybe you are. Maybe it's a double bluff. Maybe you are supposed to like them. Got 10% of The Remarkable Retirement of Edna Fisher. Honestly, the title, everything you've said about this book, I still want to read it. Edna has seen her first battle. Oh my goodness. Did she partake? I know she's an older woman, but did she do anything? Ate dinner and updated my reading journal. Awesome, Michaela. 40 pages of my year of rest and relaxation. Ollie, oh my gosh, you are killing it. No reading yet. Totally fine, Megan. Working on lesson plans. Priorities. You know, you got to be responsible first. I'm sorry. They might not be fun, but you'll be happier, when you're done with them so you can actually enjoy your reading. Fed the dog. We've got dogs in the comments as well as cats. That just shows we're an inclusive pet environment here. Started laundry, shoveled snow, read a bit of Mistress Anne. Very nice, Zach. Super productive. And I'm sure your dog appreciates the food. Speaking of momentum, I have scheduled videos through January 23rd. It is crazy. Oh my gosh, Danny, I recall not long ago you talking to me about the night before a video was supposed to come out and you having not even recorded it yet. So, oh my gosh, I'm
The
so.
video that we watched at 5:45 was recorded and edited and uploaded last night at like 9 o'clock.
Oh my, behind the scenes. You heard it here first. No one even knew. That is the nice thing though about like videos like that where you don't anticipate too much editing. It's like, okay, I can work with this. It's the lots of editing that is not fun to handle.
I have like, when I say I have my videos scheduled out, what I mean is they're on a schedule. Like I have them
Mm,
planned out for this entire quarter, but like I'm currently like 4 videos behind already.
good.
So I'm doing
Perfect.
great. I'm doing great.
Yeah, yeah. I have the same thing. You know what? This is a step for me, the fact that I even have my month written out because I never did that before. And I'm like, this is the kind of person I'm gonna be in 2024. So I have it written out. That's the first time I've ever done that. And I've looked at the month being like, ooh. And it really isn't even close to doing anything else. But I felt accomplished doing that even.
I don't know
Um,
how anybody can do it if they're not like, don't even know what they're gonna film that month. I couldn't no.
Oh yeah, no, it's mess. It's a mess. It's a messy process. That's what I've been living through like the past year. I've just been like, I don't know what I'm doing. So yeah. Meanwhile, even though I had my entire month planned out, the video that I have planned for Thursday was something that came to me yesterday. So it doesn't even matter. I'm not following the schedule that I'm making for myself anyway. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I try to improve though. So John made it to page 320 and half. In half it is great. In what? In half it is great. I love the characters. Yarvi is great, especially the way his disability is handled is genuine and awesome. Oh my gosh! Wait, John, you might wanna. Can you like let us know what title it is? Because I think that the autocorrect did you dirty. Unless I just can't read, because that's also possible. I'm glad that you're enjoying it though, and that the representation is really good. I adore Amari. Both of them have ended up in my top 3 of the year. I read them. Okay, I clearly need to like stop slowing my roll and actually read it. I own book 1, by the way. Yeah, Dr. Jess, BTD, BookTube Doctor. Yes, that's what you should add. You're like, these are my credentials. Can you when someone on sorry, I just thought of like when someone's on a plane is a doctor in the house, Jess. Yes, I a
You're in
doctor of tube. Can you tell when students have not read a book? Are there particular books that you find students don't read as often as others when you assigned them? Yeah, it's very easy. They don't make eye contact. I mentioned this in another stream, and Shannon, I don't think you were here. And some people in the comments admitted that they're the type of students that would hate that. So I'm so sorry. I'm going to trigger people. I cold call. So I tend to ask a question. I'll give them time to think about it, and then I'll call on the student that I want to answer. And if they end up faltering, it's okay if they answer that they don't know. They'll do that. I'll just then go off and like have other students answering questions, and then I'll come back with a very easy gimme so that the student doesn't end the class with an I don't know. So that's kind of the way I balance it out, where I kind of give them a gimme question where maybe we've already answered that question. I'd be like, let's remind ourselves, blah, blah, blah. So as long as they've been paying attention in the class. But yeah, it's very easy. Just so those of you who are in school right now, it's very easy to tell if people know or don't. And I tend to avoid students who I can tell didn't do the work because I don't want to embarrass them. So as soon as I know, I won't call on them just because that's the last thing I want to do in my class. But I'm not the only teacher in the comments. So people, please feel free to answer Shannon's question too. Oh yeah, we got this is the same question. I already read this with Bethany and her bathroom break. I ate dinner and saw the end of the football game. I will be updating my reading journal and reading Kingdom of Ash tonight. Awesome, Steph. Half a king, by the way. Half a king. Ooh, okay, with disability rep. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that. Read a chapter of Eye of the World and started the audiobook of The Empress of Salt and Fortune. Ooh, The Empress of Salt and Fortune. I guess that's not a super creative organization of words, but I have the map of Salt and Stars. Is that there's probably no rhyme or reason they both have salt in the same section. I just didn't know if it was a sequel or not, Sadia. You can let me know. I absolutely love all the dancing tonight. Yes! We're dancing to no music because we just don't have any. It's great. It's like the silent discos. Have you ever been to one of those?
No, but I have one in my brain all the time. So
yeah, exactly. I was like, I've never been to one, but I always see them on TV, and I'm like, that looks fun. Okay, but in my defense, the blurb calls it a standalone prequel. Yes, Bree. In your defense, I'm with you. I agree. You were fully in your right to only read it alone. I don't know if
I haven't
anyone
read
else.
either one. So
Oh no, and I wouldn't touch. No offense to anyone who loves them. I'm averse to chunky reads, especially something that complex. I feel like I'm a baby when it comes to fantasy. I'm working my way. I'm wading through the shallow waters of the public pool on that one. But eventually, I may be able to read something like that. I just know that I have to avoid it for now. Yes, the engagement party. Okay, well then that means, Jess, you've got something to look forward to. All of the characters. Yahoo!
yeah.
Oh, goodness. Got a bunch of productive stuff done this sprint. No reading though. Oh, that's okay. You can get to that anthology when you want to. And I keep wanting to call you solar systems now, by the way. Now that I know that knowledge. There is a few people at this party. This party? Why is it in quotation marks? I read Priority first and liked Day of Fallen Night even more. Wow, then that's awesome. Honestly, that's probably like it makes sense. It's probably the way you're meant to read it if you read the two. Like you probably like
Yeah.
I know some people do it in like chronological order, but I've always kind of in my brain it makes more sense to do publication order anyway. So that makes sense.
Publication order typically makes more sense to me because once they've written it, they're not going to like you don't get the background of the world. Like you don't get as much of the world
Mm,
building in a prequel as you do in the original because they've already done the world building and they don't hold your hand like they do. Like you're just being kind of thrown in because they assume that you've read the rest of the series. Is
mhm.
what I have found typically.
Yeah, yeah. And like they're expecting you to kind of make things click, especially if it's a prequel. Like they're kind of expecting you to think of certain things that you've already read that happen in the future. Like they're
Yeah.
throwing in little nest eggs and stuff if you do it that way. We had a liter bottle of ginger ale exploded on our porch. Bethany, your life I literally can't imagine what you go through on a daily basis because all of this has happened in one day. Oh my goodness, I can't.
One day of
It's
crazy.
Yeah, seriously. A day in the life of Bethany, everyone. It's 10 degrees here, practically a heat wave compared to last night. All the water buckets freeze right now, unless it's an electric one. Yeah, like oh my goodness, it is so cold. I was gonna be so like I was like, look at me. I like bundled up and I like put on like my headphones to like listen to an audiobook, went for a walk, and I like literally walked 5 minutes, turned around, walked back because I was like, the air is hurting my face. Like I was like, I can't. And it wasn't even windy. I was just like, oh my gosh, my face hurts. So I went home.
Yeah, we have to run electric to the horse's trough to put a
Mm-hmm.
trough heater in it. And I think she went out and got one the other day to get one for the pigs too.
Mm-hmm.
So got to keep heated water troughs for the babies. The goat
Yeah.
has a bowl that's electric. Like the bowl itself heats because, goats don't need as much water. So it just has its own bowl that heats, whereas the horses have like the giant trough that's got like a floating heater in the top of it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's so cool. I didn't even think of the idea of like a floating heater. It's like the opposite of an ice cube, right? Is
Yeah.
that yeah.
I mean, kind of. It floats on the top and it has like a heating coil on it and it keeps the water from freezing.
Oh, interesting. Ate oh my gosh, all I saw was ate a chicken. I was like, Allison, ate chicken parm and read a chapter of tomorrow. Yeah, I was like, oh no. I mean, that's one way of phrasing it. As well as watch some booktube. Oh my goodness. And also, chicken parm does sound delicious. I used to reread books before the next books came out all the time. Not so much now. I want to get back into it. Yeah, like I totally understand the process, especially if you like enjoy the series enough to want to reread it. Like I get the kind of like I don't want to spend the time to reread everything if you're not as dedicated to the series, but there's at least one that I do want to reread it. And like I think the book comes out in February, so I don't have much time. It's fine. All right. I also liked A Day of Fallen Night better. Both good though. Oh, you know what? I guess I have heard that. I think a lot of people have liked book 2 or like prequel before book 1 actually, preferred it. I do glad to see the this and that prompt. Yes. Yeah, let me this is all dedicated to you all in the comments, but also Jess, because Jess is doing this. Which ones have you done so far, Jess, if you can think of them?
I have done that is not the right book. I know I did fantasy or nonfiction. I did nonfiction.
Mm-hmm.
Because my first book of the year was a nonfiction. I DNF'd it, but I'm counting it because I'm allowed.
Yeah.
I did a cool cover.
Hmm.
I did On the TBR Forever. I did Animals or Creatures on the cover. And Travel Far, Far Away.
Ooh. So which one for animals and so you did animals and creatures. What was that book?
Dark Waters.
Ooh,
Because it's
very
got
fun.
that weird fishy thing on the cover.
Yeah. Weird fishies, 100% count. I love it. I ended up doing because I did Get a Life, Chloe Brown. I was like, this has humans and an animal. So I was like, I guess I didn't do a this or that. I did a this and that for that one. But my readathon, we can do whatever we want.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice. Making progress. And so, wait, which one? What's the engagement party going to be? Do you have any idea?
I don't. I'm not planning them ahead of time. I'm reading them and then deciding what they
And
fit
then
for.
finding out. Yeah, that's what I'm doing too.
Because I
Because
mean, I have no idea.
yeah, and honestly, well spoken as a mood reader, we're just figuring it out as we go.
I mean, technically, it could probably be. I mean, it could be a thriller,
Yeah.
theoretically. I don't know. It could be either friendship or family oriented because there's an engagement party and people you're engaged to are your family.
Hmm.
Depending on the mood, could be
And
happy
there could be like
melancholy.
family grudges. I don't know. Those things
Who
get messy.
knows? There's so many things that it could fit for. So
Good. Perfect. Exactly what we like to hear. So yeah, thought the TBRathon was each month. I will do, yeah, like honestly, I think that this was also answered somewhere in the Discord, which I appreciate everyone like answering stuff for each other because me trying to be everywhere at once is just not possible. But someone was saying that I'm just gonna keep all of the worksheets up. Yeah, indefinitely. I will never like delete the Google Drive as long as I don't know, someone doesn't like tie me up and take my identity. Should be good to go. So like feel free, and you can also download all of them, use them other months. Maybe like randomly this year you're feeling like you need inspiration, pull one of them out. Yeah, like why not make it longer than a month if you want to? Because I of course I can understand you wanting to do more than one worksheet, and maybe you can't do it in a month because of how amazing they all are. So yeah.
I definitely saved them so that if I have a month where I don't have a month-long prompt, I can be like, actually, I do have one. So
Yes. Woohoo. Good. And then in that case, like honestly, it's your board. So do whatever you want, count whatever you want, do anything, roll again. I don't care.
unless we're doing like a competitive
Mm,
game where like there's very strict rules, like the Amazing Readathon or Get a Clue,
100%.
I just do whatever I want anyway. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
points are made up, the rules don't matter unless it's a very specific like team event where we're fighting against each other to the death, and then I am very strict.
Yeah. Even like next month with Battle of the Girl Bands, there's like the certain prompts like stealing. Like I'm gonna follow those prompts to a
I'm
T,
gonna
whether it's for my
follow the rules.
team. Yeah, because yeah, like I don't know, like it's fair. Everyone else is expected to do the same thing, and if it's like if you can't do a certain prompt, you can't, which is also okay because that shows you only have to do 4 out of the 10 to
Steal
start
prompt.
being able to steal things. So like if you get 4, then you can still do all of the functions.
Yeah.
So yeah. I wrote 2.5 pages of feedback for my beta read. Awesome. I think I might actually read this next sprint. Lovely, Kiwi. Amazing. Read 45 pages in Killer Instinct by Jennifer Lynn Barnes. Oh my gosh, more. You are trucking through. Hello, Lexi. Working on some graphics while eating dinner. Going to try and read more of the engagement. Lexi, you're not alone. There are so many people reading the engagement party. I wonder why. Amazing. And also, again, this is Lexi. This is the person who is sprinting right now. So if you could go show her some love, that'd be great. Hello, Jamie. Sprint hopping a bit tonight, listening to The Goldfinch. So you're still working on that book and reading House of Rougeau. Am I getting that French correctly? And Arc I got way back in 2018 from Library Thing. Oh my goodness. Wow. Nothing like the present, you know? Hello, Jen. Just got home from work and Dungeons and Dragons, so fun. Mainly here to just chill. Honestly, sounds great. Thanks for being here. I love a chunky book. Anything under 500 pages, I look at and I'm like, that's it. I totally respect it. One of my good friends who is down in the comments, Danny, she has this whole series where she does. Oh my gosh, actually, she even commented on this. Say it ain't so. Chunky reads are the best. Yeah, I knew it. I was like, there's no way that Danny's going to be silent during this conversation. She has a whole series where she like tracks her like chunky reads and like does chunky read updates, and it's so fun. I live vicariously through her. So my goal is to read a few more chunky reads in her honor and yours, and yours, Somber Honey.
Where the like in your like book trackers, your reading trackers,
Mm-hmm.
where they ask like if it's a novel or like a novella or a graphic novel or whatever, I put in my own category called weapon, and it's books over 500 pages because they are so heavy they could be used as a weapon. So, because technically it's a tome, like most people would make
Yeah.
that a tome. I change it to weapon.
I prefer that. Also, tome, it always makes me nervous to like say it aloud because I'm always like tome. Like I feel like I have to really say it, whereas I can say weapon or even do the motion. People know exactly what I'm talking about. Like I have a book in my hand and I am whacking it. I love that. I say that all the time where so I work at a library as well, and like with the system you can kind of juggle wherever you work. And this one, the fiction section's in the basement, which always makes me nervous, like just because I don't know, it feels very weird and like the lights aren't great. And so when I'm like wheeling around and I'm like putting things back, I always look for the you're late to sprints, get home, traffic. So I'm always on the shelves, keeping an eye on like the thick hardbacks. I'm like, if worse comes to worse, I've read too many mystery novels. I'm taking you and I'm getting myself out of this basement. Like I am ready. I always keep an eye out. Yeah.
I mean, whatever works.
Pro tip, guys. If you're ever in the library, keep an eye out where those big books are. Know where Brandon Sanderson is on the shelves is all I'm saying.
Right there.
There you go. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Within reach. And then you can, for pleasure reading or for taking care of business, you know?
It's true.
Yeah. You can call us solar. Oh, yeah. Okay, great. I'll call y'all solar then. Perfect. We will always choose publication order over any other reading order. Yeah, I just think it makes sense in my brain, but I know other people are different. I was listening to and reading Distance by Luna Mason. Awesome, Nicole. Are you enjoying it? I know you've been reading Luna Mason for a little while. The Empress of Salt and Fortune is the first in a series. Oh, interesting, of novellas. That's another thing. I don't read chunkies very often, but I also don't read novellas very often. I'm like a very middle person, apparently.
I have to read this book, and it must be between 225 and 325 pages. And if it's not, I'm not interested.
That's exactly what it is. Apparently, I'm just very closed on the spectrum. And my husband went, oh my goodness. Okay, so this is why Danny's comment. That makes sense now. He still has pneumonia. Oh my goodness, Bethany. Why this day just needs to end.
Go to bed, and when you get up tomorrow, get off on the opposite side of the bed.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it'll be better.
Seriously, like, oh my gosh, the ups and downs. Like, and also, Bethany, once all of this slows down, maybe write a book because your life. I got hot chocolate. Yes, solar. I am for it. Love the weird fishy thing and gestures. Mer, mer, mer.
You know me, Mars, all of the weird hand gestures.
Yes, it reminds me for some reason of like in Finding Nemo when they were like in the deep and then they were following the light bulb and then there was like the you're like, ooh, it's so pretty. And it's like, oh yeah, how pretty is it? Come here. Yes, it's cold when your eyes start to freeze. Oh my gosh, yeah. By the way, if you want to have water for the stray cats, go thrift an old crock pot. Keep it on in. It will work to keep the water thawed. Oh my gosh. I know you all have like given me so many great tips. I just have to actually like act on them because like last time because I'm determined. Like I'm going to help these cats get through the winter and then we'll figure out how I can like I feel like they're beginning to trust me. But anyway, that's a tangent for another day.
You're going to have to capture the cats, find a new place to live, move so that you can have the cats.
Exactly. And don't like say I won't do it. Like I will move for these cats. Like that's how much I'm so dedicated to them. I'm like, you know what, you can't be here. You know what, we don't need this place. In that case, we'll hit the road. Just me and my cats.
Me and my cats.
Love that. I need to save the 4 months. Yeah. Honestly, save them. Use them later. 4 prompts and then steal. Mwahaha. Yes. Watch out for Danny, everyone in the comments. I know I've given her a lot of praise tonight, but she's my competitor next month. So we're keeping an eye on you, Danny. Unless I need to submit points, I play by Pirates of the Caribbean rules. The code is more like guidelines. Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
Parlay, baby. I seem to like the big books too. Yeah, Nicole's also someone who's always for a chunky read. I love that, Jess. My bookshelves are full of weapons. Yes, exactly. Oh my gosh. Happy BookTube versary! Woohoo! Yay! Keep them coming, guys. Every time. That'll be like a nice, instead of like stretching breaks, just do a little dance move. Dance break in the comments. Break dance! Oh my gosh. Awesome. There we go. Anywho, that must be why libraries here are putting hardbacks on displays in the shelves. Fewer books, but the ones they have are easy to grab. Is what exactly. Have you ever heard there's that manga that's like Library Wars or something? What is it? The Battle of the Librarians or something, where they literally like arm themselves to protect libraries. That's what I'm imagining. My weapon book is Desperation by Stephen King. I have that in hardcover, and even though it's not the longest in terms of page count that I own, it's definitely the heaviest. Yeah, you need like heft. That good paper, when like a publisher hasn't like, skimped on it, that heavy paper.
Well, I won't even say that they skimp on it so much as like they don't want to pay as much for the spine space.
Oh.
So, like, because if you look at like Sarah J. Maas's books, like the Kingdom of Ash is like 300 pages longer than the book before it, but it's the same size, and it's because they use like those Bible thin pages.
Mhm,
So I
mhm,
think it's because they don't want to pay the money for the binding,
mhm, mhm. Yeah, that
and
makes
they
sense.
probably, I don't know, do bookstores pay for space like per book, or is it how much space that book takes up? That's a good question that I
That
don't know the answer to.
is. Well, especially, like, because you start thinking about too, like, I know, like, with large type, those are so expensive because they're taking up so much more material
Mhm.
and, like, oh my goodness, it's so tough. Our library, we try to include as many large type in our collections as possible, but we just, oh my gosh, like, it's so annoying how much more expensive they are, even for libraries, when you'd think we do get discounts through Ingram and everything, but it's just not the same.
The one I picked up at the library yesterday was in the large print section.
Mhm.
And when they printed out my receipt that, like, tells me how much I saved by using the library, it was like
Mhm.
$40 for this little tiny book.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just, oh my gosh, craziness. The highest page count I have is The Great Book of Amber, which is just over 1,200 pages, but it's kind of cheating because it's a bind up of 10 novellas. Ah, you know what? It's not cheating if you turn it into a weapon, right?
That's right.
Leandra, I picked up an ebook called The Case of the Crazy Cat Lady. Megan, that's you know what that is? That's my memoir from the future.
I was
My
gonna say, you
future.
don't even have a cat.
I know. I'm not yet. It's a work in progress. Okay. Oh my goodness. You know, my parents, they actually do have a cat that they call my cat, and but he's more like a dog. I told everyone that before he used to be like a barn cat, so he was like rough and tumbling before we finally made him ours. And so his jaw's a little bit to the side because he was a rough, he was a cowboy. He was a lone ranger going around the prairies of our neighborhood. And now he adores pets so much that, like, as soon as you start petting him, he not only purrs crazily, but he just drools everywhere. And oh my gosh, I'm on the phone with my parents, and when they start petting him because they know I'm on the phone, and I like to know that they're pampering him, you'll hear my dad in the background being like, ah, ah, and it's because he's like drooling all over him. It's very cute to me, but no one else, I'm sure, it finds it adorable. I have reached 6 links in my TBRathon chain. Jamie, you're doing amazing. So now I'm debating whether to keep the chain going to the 10, right? Because you can do, there's a 10 version, or do another TBR. Well, you know what? You're halfway through the month. So you could always dedicate the other half of the month to a different one if something caught your eye. That is your choice. Large type is also more expensive because they don't sell as many, no bulk discount, which is unfortunate. Too bad they don't average it with the regular print books for accessibility. I agree. It's always like people just don't think about accessibility enough, which is annoying. Becca Booked did a video recently on. You're right, Danny. Oh my gosh. So Becca Booked, literally for one of her kind of end of year like check-in videos, she throughout the year calculated, like kept an eye on every single book she borrowed from the library and like looked to see, like, because she uses Barnes and Noble a lot, what the price was on Barnes and Noble at the time, and then just kept track all year on her spreadsheet to see like how much money she saved, and it was like $1,200 or something like that. It was insane. So everyone, here, this is a lesson to you. One, check out Becca Book's video because she's also a lovely person, and also use the library when you can if you have access. Because again, accessibility, not everyone has access, unfortunately.
I have a new reading tracker this year, and it has a spot for library books that asks how much you saved by using the library, which I've never had. I've never tracked library books before,
Mhm.
mostly because I haven't done physical books. I've only done digital
Yeah.
books. So by the end of the year, I'll know how much money I saved by getting library books. But did I really save money? Because I'm picking out books that I wouldn't have seen otherwise. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's the question. Yeah. Or even like, do you keep track with like your audiobooks? Like if you had purchased the audiobook instead of borrowing it from the library? Because
Oh, no, because it would be $3 million because audiobooks are
yeah,
expensive.
they're so expensive. You're right. It is crazy. No book savings for me will ever be as great as when I found House of Leaves in a free little library. That sucker is expensive, and I didn't have to pay anything. We love it. I use Libby all the time. Borrowing physical books from the library is hard for us because we have really bad contamination. Oh yeah, you know what? Understandable. And that's why like also things like Libby and Hoopla, having access to ebooks and audiobooks is just amazing. It has like it sounds dramatic, but it's changed my life. Like when I discovered it, I was late to the game. Now I'm like, oh my goodness. I literally tell people all the time who get library books from our library and they start asking about Libby and Hoopla. I stop them and I'm like, obviously you should get our Libby and our Hoopla, but because I live in Pennsylvania, the state of Pennsylvania, if you're a Pennsylvania resident, you can get a free ebook, like e library card through the Free Philadelphia system, which is much larger. And so I'm always like, open up a library card there because you're a big like e-reader and like I literally I just tell them I'm like you can go get it, spread the love, let everyone know. So also depending on where you are, check to see if like your major cities allow for like residency cards because it's awesome. All right, then that ends my TED Talk for the evening. Let me switch this to 45 because I'm a woman of my word. If anything else, we'll do a 45-minute sprint, and then we can see just where the night takes us, right? We're mood readers here. We're just going to have fun.
Hello.
Okay. Yeah. Oh,
Hey,
look
come
at
here.
that cattail.
Come here. They want to see your face too, not just your butt. Nope,
Hello,
just your
baby.
butt. Okay.
If you want to see more of the cat, she makes a bit of an appearance in Jess's videos of late. So I highly recommend the TBR takedown, the last of an era. So people should be checking her out.
The last one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so if you need a break from reading, even though we've been talking for a long time, you can postpone it even longer and go check out Jess's channel. Okie doke. We will see everybody in 45 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope you had a very nice, calm, not crazy, where there's been drama and mayhem in those 45 minutes, unless you like a little bit of drama and mayhem. I don't know, to each their own. I ended up getting another chapter and a half done in Anna French's In the Woods. And so I only have a little bit more because we're reading to chapter 3 today. And this is like, I feel like I'm reading two like kind of old school, dark, like hard boiled ish like mysteries at the moment. This is English and the author's English. But this one, Tana French, being like Irish American, she's very inspired by like the Irish hard boiled scene that is like definitely very popular. So I feel like amongst the two, this is a bit darker, but they're both dealing with cold cases, which I just, sometimes when you're holding two books, like you're reading them and you're like, or you read one after the other and you're like, how did my brain know that this was the theme I was going with? So it's very surprising to me. And I also, because I didn't want to keep going and I only had 5 minutes left, I started doing a bit more brainstorming for my video that I'm doing on Thursday. How did you do, Jess?
Well, I did more laundry stuff, and I put it in a grocery order, and I cuddled with Raja. Might have taken a little bit of a nap while we were cuddling. It's possible that I was just holding her, and I had my head down like this, and we were, and I was asleep.
As you should.
It's possible.
Yeah, no, and let me show you this comment. I don't know if you ended up seeing it. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
She's a cutie.
Mars has two kitties that one of them looks like Somber Honey Books. Their name is Mars. They have a kitty that kind of looks like Raja too, and we share pictures a lot. In one of the Discord servers that we're in, we have like there's like a whole one just for animals. And so like I know all of my friends' pets now because we have like we just share each other's pets all the time. And oftentimes it's me lying in bed with my arm across the front of me and Raja just laying on her back in the crook of my arm while I watch TV.
Oh my gosh, adorable. And yes, I heard you mention Mars earlier, and I was like, I'm gonna tuck this name in for later. Gonna remember their
Check
name.
that down later.
Like, take that information.
And then I got a blankie because I'm cold.
You and me both, my friend. I have another one across the room, and I was like, do I want to double up? And I might next sprint, but for now I'm okay. Don't want to go too crazy.
One's probably fine.
Yeah, one will be fine. I'm not gonna be dramatic. It's fine. Michael joined us saying, I made it to the bookstore on the map. Congratulations. Now I'll be starting my trek back to the car with The Wager by David Grant for my book dealing with a form of transportation. All aboard. Woohoo. Michael, are you going like a different route, or are you going to be like following your trek to a T? I didn't think to ask you that in the comments. Woohoo! Mars finished my episode of Critical Role with 10 minutes left to spare in the sprint. Awesome! Oh my gosh, I hope you're having I don't even have to say I hope. I'm sure you're having a grand time with that. I have 8 pages left to read for today's requirements. Yes, this is our homework. We are getting through it, Nicole. I can't wait to talk to you about it. I made it to 82% of One Dark Window, hoping to finish tonight. Good luck, Missy, reading. I've heard good things about this. I hope you're still enjoying it. Read a few pages and did dishes. Awesome. Also, you're doing all the things because you're hosting your own sprints. Made it to 21% of Cress. Meal prep done. Oh my gosh. Besides cooling and packing, I gotta let it sit. Did my Duolingo practice for today. Oh yeah, all the progress.
Busy.
Meanwhile, like I have the little widget on my phone where the Duolingo owl just like glares at you because I haven't been keeping up.
Have you ever seen yours turn into a pile of bones yet?
Yes, I've seen mine turn into a pile of bones, and I was like, oh well, R.I.P. baby. Also, The Duolingo Owl account, I can't remember if it's the German account or the Austrian account, but they're hilarious. Like, they were having some great content in December on Instagram. Everyone should just check them out. I don't know what they're doing, but I was having a good time. Didn't convince me to return to the app, but I was enjoying their content either way. Got to almost 70% in The Goldfinch and finished a chapter in The Tower of Narrow by Riordan. Awesome, Jamie. Instead of picking up Inkblot to subscribe, after I finished watching Critical Role, I just worked on a mood board for one of my writing projects because I was feeling inspired. Yes, that is when you 100% should. That was a good choice. I hope it was productive because inspiration was flowing. Also, you can mute us if inspiration's continuing to flow. Please don't let us stop you with that mood board. I finished the Yes, get it out, lower our volume even if you'd rather not, like, completely lose the track of the chat, like, please. Finished the Yakuza's Bias, Volume 2. Michaela, ooh, sounds a bit of a daunting read. I got to page 33 of Babel, enjoying it so far. Easy enough to read, but I find I need to concentrate, I'm sure, with, like, the, what do you call it? Footnotes as well.
Oh, I forgot there's footnotes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you also, because you gotta, that's like its own reading, kind of keeping track of those too. Yeah.
Gross.
I know. I was reading Emily Wilde, and I'm doing it for a vlog, so I can't really talk about my thoughts about it. But I kept finding myself getting to the end of the page and then seeing a footnote and realizing that I didn't notice an asterisk. So I had to, like, because I'm someone who wants to know what's happening. I, like, had to go through and, like, find it until I could train myself, because I rarely read books that have footnotes. So I read 50 pages of Twisted Hate. Ooh. Getting through that series, because I'm pretty sure that's a series, the Twisted something series. 35 pages of Kingdom of Ash. Awesome. Another 10 pages with our girl Edna Fisher. We love it. Ate some dinner too. I love that you, like, did you copy me? The doing a little bit of Vogue action here. It's fine.
I'm a parrot. Who knows?
You're like the second behind me, you know, like the little delay, like you're a physical echo. Did the bedtime Ramona reading, awesome, and then got half an hour to read by your own book and made it from 55% to 59%. Amazing. Gonna read a bit more tonight and hopefully finish tomorrow. Yes, and also just have a relaxing evening, Bethany, especially, like, with what's going on with your husband and having the kids in bed. Like, I hope you're able to, like, de-stress a little bit. Going to jump off to go do dishes and put gas in the car. Have a good night. You too, Michaela. Yes, get some gas in that car. Yes, Queen Wave, because we have the PhD in booktube queen right here. I didn't even think to introduce myself. Oops. Oh my gosh, no worries. I always feel badly because I'm always like that awkward person who I'm like, should I ask their name? Are they okay with me calling them this? There's someone, Hazelnut Ramblings. I don't know if they're in the comments, but I was calling them Hazelnut for so long, and then we finally became friends off app. And I realized that her name's Nicole, and I was like, should I call you something? She's like, no, I like Hazelnut. I'm like, okay. So yes, Mars, I'll make sure to call you that next time.
Yeah, Hazelnut Ramblings, aka Nicole, is in our chats a lot too. And just like my brain, the very first time they changed their name, their screen name, we were like, they're like, by the way, this is Nicole. And I was like, oh, I know who you are now. Okay, cool. So I still call them Nicole, but yes, it's ingrained in my brain. But don't ask me to keep too many of them in there.
Yeah, I think they say you can only know like 150 people apparently, and they just start dropping off like a cliff, like acquaintanceship wise.
There are people that do booktube or authortube who, like, they blow my mind. Like, there are people that I know that, like, when you can pop into a live stream and you haven't been on one for like a year, and like they'll know your real name, what projects you've been working on, like ask about your kids by name or your spouse or whatever by name. And like, I'm just like, I don't even know, how do you have that much space in your brain? Because I don't. I wish I did, but I do not.
No, I know. And it's always like, that's why, like, when it comes to this types of things, don't feel badly about like reintroducing yourself or asking, like if someone, for instance, if I'm ever on someone's stream and you're in the comments right now, but I end up being on your stream and you don't remember who I am, just ask. That's okay. Like we can try to remember each other, and one way of supporting each other is supporting each other's short-term memory. How about that? We can do it. Sherry got 24 pages, and OMG, this book is getting so good. All right, awesome. I was distracted by the football game for that sprint from watching my final pass on my video. Woohoo! Awesome. I love books that do fun things with formatting, like using footnotes. It's so cool. It is creative. I will say I'm a bit scarred because with my dissertation, I recall I was using talking about weapons again. I was using my footnotes as a weapon. So every time I remember my my mentor would like comment being like, I don't know if this is true. The next draft would have a footnote explaining why it's accurate. So I feel like for me, I was like that's my my passive aggressive way because of who I am. I was like, I'll do it this way and casually let them know that I'm right.
As a matter of fact, in this footnote, it tells me that I was right and you were wrong. Kick rocks.
Exactly. Some scholars may think this. However, that's exactly how I phrased it. And I was like, whoop, there I am. Hee hee. So I'm a bit scarred by footnotes, I'll say, basically because I've used them as weapons. I guess I could imagine our, authors like this, like Emily Wilde, maybe she was using it as a weapon herself. I do like it when they kind of switch things up. Like, for instance, it seems weird because it's not common, but when you find yourself with like a second person POV and it's done well, that's the key, of course. Any formatting is good when it's done well. I have enjoyed that. Like, I have a few of my favorite books that are second person just because I think they shocked me. So I would never write second person myself, but once in a while I like to read it. I'm taking a big circle around the map. Awesome. I think you said that, Michael. I do remember that. My trail to the car is travel, urban setting, cozy vibes, cryptid. Ooh, I will make it. Yes, you will make it because the mechanic's going to be waiting on you. And you have a bundle of books that need to get home ASAP so you can read them. That is the narrative I've written for you. I did that too when I was reading Emily Wilde. I know. It's like, what am I doing? I thought you learn though. You get used to it. But there were so many times when I'd see like 2 asterisks, and I'm like, I missed 2. I'm like, maybe 1, but I know it's my own fault. It's not Emily's. It's not her fault. Read 50 or so pages, got less than 50 left. Ooh, you're so close, Jennifer. We'll finish if there's one more sprint. Yes, and there is one more, and I have put it in the poll. So if people want 45 or 60, it seemed like no one was really interested in the super long sprints, which kind of makes sense. We're having a chill night on Monday evening or Tuesday morning if you're Australian or in the Southern Hemisphere. Yeah. Got any New Zealanders in the comments? You don't have to out yourself though, but just trying to hype up those who are not in the North America. I asked my boss, yes, Nicole, if I can take the day off today. And she said, yes. Woohoo, she's the best. Oh, yes, your boss is so great, Nicole. I love her too.
I mean, Nicole and her boss are in the future. So technically there are people here in the future.
Yes, that means that's why she's the best too. You can time travel. You know what the future holds. If you know about our future, please let us know because I have no idea what's happening. Yes, so he's basically had pneumonia since November. That is such a long time. So at this point, it's just another day. But I'm really ready for him to feel. I'm sure. I'm sure your kids are. I'm sure he is. It is not fun. I finished our Cursed Love by Julie Abe, or Abe, not sure, Meg. Started Wreck the Halls by Tessa Bailey. That one, I know that was a novel of contention. I think because a lot of people were assuming, rightly so, based on the title, that it was a Christmas romance. So, Meg, I hope you enjoy it, though, because the hype's kind of lowered, I think, appropriately. Weaponized footnotes. Yes, Michael, that's what it was. It was a very passive-aggressive weapon. It wasn't as like stark as a chunky read coming at you, but it did the job. I had several live streams up at once this evening, and our internet kept up. So I am starting to gather up books for filming my weekly reading video while the internet is behaving. Yes, Jamie, you got to use it while you can, because when it changes, like the wind, when the wind changes, you gotta do what you got to do. So I went to college in the 90s, and footnotes are the worst thing ever to format on an older computer. Oh, I'm sure. Like they've adapted it so it's quite simple now. But it also depends on if, like, I have students who use like Google Docs still, and like that is the bane of my existence, because all of, like, at the university I work for, all of our things are like Microsoft based, and so I'm like, the transition is just not as well, and like students know how to use all those functions, and then they can't follow the functions for like MLA formatting, and none of you really need to know this, but it's one of those things where I'm like, why can't they all function the same way?
It is fair because Google Docs is free and you have to pay for Microsoft. So, like,
Yeah.
I get it.
Oh, but so actually, for a lot of colleges, it probably depends. But I know for my college, as a student, you get it for free. They give you, like, you can download it and everything for free, which is quite nice. But I also agree. There was a time when I didn't own Microsoft, so I was using Google Docs. But then, at least at the college that I work for, you can get it for free. But it's also not well known, because I had to tell my students that they could get it through their account names. And I'm like, why aren't you telling them? Because the college is obviously paying for it. Ay, ay, ay. I need you to read the first chapter of Ruin of Kings, Leandra. It's chunky and complicated, so maybe not great for you to jump into without being comfortable with fantasy, but the footnotes worth it. Ooh. Okay, you know what, Danny? I've trusted you before, and so I will trust you again. Ruin of Kings. What is that? Who's the author?
I know this one. My brain's on a nap currently, I guess. Oh, you know what? I'm thinking of,
Lee
is that a
Bardugo? Jen Lyons.
the lion? Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, that's the lion one. My brain was thinking The Way of Kings, and I was like, this doesn't
Mhm.
make any sense. It's a completely different book. That's why I was like, that's not right. Your brain is not right. What is the Ruin of Kings? And then I was like, there's like a lion. Y'all
Yeah.
got me.
Is The Way of Kings, is that the Brandon Sanderson one?
I think so.
Okay, because I also I saw like a very funny reel earlier today that I sent to Danny that was about that, and I was like, I recognize that title. So very funny. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I honestly, I would have believed you 100%, Nicole, because I had no idea.
You know, if you theoretically are wanting to slowly tiptoe your way into fantasy, and we know you like climate fiction,
Hmm.
so Brandon Sanderson's YA series, The Reckoners, which the first book is Steelheart,
Okay.
is based in a society where there was like an eclipse, which is not necessarily climate fiction, but we're going to roll with it.
Yeah.
Okay. It's
It has to do
sci-fi
with
more than.
earthly, yeah, like
So there was like a
activities.
thing that happened to the earth and its atmosphere, and it created people who have powers. And typically, if you get the powers, you become evil. And so, like, the regular people were trying to fight against the people with
Hmm.
powers, but obviously, those people have powers. So they failed miserably. And so, like, it's a whole, like, people being overrun by these, like, super powered villain things.
Hmm. Because when you were talking about that, this is very interesting. Because as soon as you started saying like the synopsis, I was like, you know what, that's making me think of the fifth season, which I did read. And you know who just mentioned it? Missy. The fifth season is a great fantasy climate, because I don't know, just the idea of like people getting powers from like a certain event, and
Yeah.
like, not that it's any similar beyond just the kind of bare bones of that what I said, but it did make me think of this. And weirdly enough, I know everyone's probably like surprised for me to say this, but I have read the entire trilogy of that, but that's because Danny and I read it together.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I only made it through the first book of the fifth season, and not
mhm.
because it's too, I struggle with things that are not in sequential order.
Mhm.
And like, so while I figured out what was going on in the book and like how things were happening, it's just too brain hurty for me. And so I wasn't able to enjoy it. But I spent like a solid 3 hours reading through recaps on the internet to like find out everything that had happened because I loved the story. I just couldn't
Mhm.
accept the way it was told to me. Didn't work for me.
Mhm. Yeah.
Um,
And
but
that
yeah,
makes sense. With that one, I remember, I think we were like we were a good amount of the way through the book. We were like, wait a second, these things can't be happening at the same time. So we had to like kind of imagine because of how the characters were acting. Yeah. Ugh, I understand. Yeah, and what was crazy, we ended up reading that trilogy in like a matter of 4 months, I think, because we read like a book a month.
That's
And
crazy.
yeah. And it don't honestly, it helped having a friend. Like if I were
Yeah.
on my own, like the way you were, I'd be like, wait, how is this connecting? Like what, Yeah.
We were buddy reading it, but we were reading it like alone. My buddy reads
Um,
are not. I've never read a buddy read with a person who actually is like, let's keep at the same speed and converse while we're doing it. It's just we're both going to read this book
mhm.
in this set of time, and then we'll talk about it when we're done, which apparently does not work for me.
Mm.
But
Well,
yeah,
Jess,
so
at some point I would love my eyes are open to buddy reading about like certain chapters a day and everything. So if you ever want to do that, I'm your girl. Like I'm literally like planning on sending so many voice messages about the first 3 chapters to Dakota and Nicole later tonight once I finish, because it's literally the only way I want to do a buddy read now. I'll
oh
do a
yeah.
buddy read where we read, in a month, and I'll see you in a month and we can talk. But I really like this, like the whole we're dissecting it together. So yeah. Woke up to drink water and then found yourself on the internet. Row, please return to bed once you're done, especially if you have a long day. Then it is a series with 5 books. It has a large cast of characters. In each book, you have someone reading the book along with you who corrects the narrator as you go.
Okay, that
Ooh,
sounds so much fun.
yeah, I like that as like a use of kind of footnotes too. That seems very fun. If you're not feeling the first chapter, though, maybe leave it for later in your fantasy journey. Thank you, Danny. Yes, depending on if I want to take like the leisurely stroll through a flat terrain, or if I want to immediately go into the mountains of fantasy. I'm intrigued. I have it. I googled it. It is in a doc elsewhere, and so I'm gonna look into that and see if my library has it. Though I'm sure they do. They must, especially if it's like a big series like that. I'm doing up my series for 2024 spreadsheet, and I have already started 4 new ones. Me too, Nicole. I started the Brown Sisters. I started the Deadlands, which is like a YA. It's the YA one that has all characters as dinosaurs. I'm invested enough where I'm like, I want to keep going with that. This one's a series. Emily Wilde was a series. I was like, literally more than half of the books that I've started are first in a series. So we're going. Still working on my 2023 ones to see the carryovers. I was on a fan of Steelheart, but I don't think superhero vibes are my thing. Okay. Yeah.
My point with that was
Mhm.
sometimes I don't get to the point. Jessica, get to the point. Was that if you like his narrative style, then you may be
Okay.
able to be more interested into his more fantasy based books.
Mhm.
Because that is how it was recommended to me, was to like read something of his that was YA and shorter and more like
Mhm.
popcorn fun kind of fiction. Because I was like, I don't like when you look at those books and they're like this thick and you're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And so my
Mhm.
friend who had read everything of his that is published to date was like, read this, and like if you like that and you like his narrative style, even if you don't like the story, you'll know if his writing is for you and if you would be interested in reading his more thicker fantasy books.
Mhm. Yeah, because I know that like that one I've heard of, the Steelheart series. And I think you might have recommended to me one time when we were on your sprint and I was a little commenter. So I think maybe perhaps perchance. I've also heard what was it? The Emerald Sea, that one
Dress in the Emerald Sea.
could
I haven't
be.
read that one yet.
Yeah, because it's like a standalone, but it follows like a side character from something else. So you technically don't have to have read the other thing to read it.
It is part of the Cosmere verse,
Mm-hmm.
but like 75% of his books are part of the Cosmere. So,
Mm,
but they don't all have like most of them don't have the same characters from more than like 3 or 4 books.
yeah.
So they're just all everywhere.
All just mixed together. I can't imagine reading fifth season without a friend and over a longer period of time. Too many. Yeah, we took a break because we did read books. If I remember, books 1 and 2 like right after each other, and then we were like, okay, let's take a break. It might have been a month or 2 break. I can't actually remember the order specifically, but yeah, we definitely were like, we can't do this like 3 for 3 as far as like 3 months in a row. Still chugging along in my book. Awesome, Christina. I've also started 4 series. Awesome, Mars. But 2, I'm not sure I'll continue. And 1, I already finished because it was a duology and you binged it. Amazing. And now that's the way to go. Series that aren't super long as well.
I finished a series this year.
Finished a series already. Look at
I only had
you.
1 book left.
Nice. Which one was it?
The Parasol Protectorate series by Gail Carriger.
I swear I need to try that because you've talked about it. Danny had talked about it. A few others, especially because you were saying how like the Amazing Readathon inspired people to do it. So I need to. Like that is sounds like my jam. Congratulations. I was gonna say because I know that you are 3 for 4 in the Small Spaces series. So you're already trucking along on these series. Mm-hmm. I need to finish putting all the series in my series tracker. I'm almost there. That's one thing that I really haven't done. I keep track every year of like how I'm doing with series like within that year, but I've never like actually made an entire series tracker to look at. If I read a book in the series this month or this year, it goes in my bullet journal. But if I don't, then I don't document it at all. I need to change that. I'm thinking I'll try the TBRathon map for the rest of January and try to work in enough linked up books to finish the 3 last chain. Like, oh, yes, exactly. Like, kind of double dip, like, find the chain link and that. By the way, in my enormously long vlog video, Danny made a guess, and I haven't responded to comments. So thank you everyone for commenting. I've been skimming them. Danny ended up guessing that my chain link was women protagonists. And no, but that was a good one because that was true about the 4 that I had up. And I was like, I can't actually technically, it's not wrong. It's just not what I was thinking. But the reason why that's definitely not is only because a book I haven't finished yet. This one is going to be a part of it, Death Under a Little Sky by Stig Abel. And this does have a man as our main detective. But the 4 that I had done, Danny, you were onto something. I wasn't onto that same something you were. So
I was
yeah.
not on the same wavelength that you were on.
No, they were parallel. Now they've veered off track. I am starting a new series due to rolling and landing on start a new series. Well, Lynette, I'm sorry. And you're welcome, I guess. It's The Invisible Library. You know who has. I know for a fact. I've been talking about Danny a lot for the last 5 minutes, but she has, and she loves it. And I've been meaning to try that because it looks amazing. So yeah, Lynette, enjoy it. I'm jealous that you've gotten to it before I have. Yeah, you honestly, Danny, that was a good one. And honestly, you thought a bit more harder about like protagonists and characters than like the link is actually far more simple. And I think that's why people aren't gonna think of it what it actually is. I mean, the 4th series I started is 9 books long and still ongoing. Okay, yeah, you got a good mix. So I don't do a lot of short series, but the first 3 in the series are rereads for me. Oh, well, that's actually really fun. I read 4 books and 3 of them have been book 1s. Yeah, I know. Oh, January, here we are. We say we're going to change and then we're back at it. I read the first 3 books of the Parasol Protectorate series and I enjoyed it. Just got distracted by other books. It's hard for me to binge series that are 3 plus, but sometimes there are exceptions. Yeah, Meg, that makes sense. And also, that's good to know that you're in through book 3 and you also love it. Also,
yeah, I read 2 in August, 2 in December, and then went ahead and finished it out this month.
Mm-hmm. And so it is, what was it, 5? 6?
5.
5. Okay. That sounds doable to me, actually. That's not like it's when people start getting into the double digits and I'm like, what are we doing? What's happening?
There's a couple of companion novels that are set in the same world, but not in the
Mhm.
same time frame, and I think one is, like, 2 books and the other one is 3.
Okay.
The one that's 3 books, I will probably read. I don't know if I'll read the other one.
Okay, okay.
Just 'cause I'm
That's
not
good
really
to know.
interested in the topic.
I can't even think of how many series I have going right now, maybe 6. Honestly, yeah, I don't even wanna think about it. There are quite a few, like I said, there's a couple trilogies that I'm hoping to finish with pre-orders this year, which I'm very proud of. I was going to say female authors, but the new one ex yes, Purple Dragonfly, yes, you are all on the same page, and you were all right, technically, up until this 5th book, so I'm sorry I've tricked you again, Mwahaha. I
I
read
haven't seen your list,
mhm.
but I think the link is that all of the authors have vowels in their name.
Ooh. So, okay, I'll give you all this. That's not right, but it does have something to do with the authors' names. So we're getting warmer. Look at Jess. Ooh, ooh,
I mean,
ooh.
technically, I'm not wrong.
No, again, technically not wrong. See, this is how it is. Those could have been any of the links that I chose. And yet there's another elusive one that we're missing. This is fun. I read the first 4 books of the Invisible Library series. I have the 5th one on my TBR card. So Meg is also a fan. Oh my goodness, that is awesome. I also, again, good to know about the length of the series. I love having folks guess about the connections. If we do this sort of game again next year, I may try that. I didn't have enough subscribers, viewers this season to try that yet. Maybe Jamie, maybe those in the comments should be checking out Jamie's channel in the final sprint because I would love to ensure that you could do maybe a bit of a poll. Yes, yes, yes. Support other readers. Let's do this.
Are you doing,
Yeah,
like, an arm thing?
yeah. It's the only thing I know, and it's always my right one. I can't do my left one. I don't know why. Like oh, maybe I can, but it doesn't feel as right. So,
Mine
yeah,
don't wanna even wanna
again.
turn that way. I just feel like I'm
That's why I'm, like, hunched and, like, a really, like you can see, like that's why it's not attractive on the dance floor. That's why it's never worked. Anytime I've tried to seduce someone. Yeah.
I mean, that's your move.
It is. It is. One day I'll find my opposite, my mirror hinge, and I'll be like, you, and then it'll be true love. That's the way it's gonna be. I love having folks guess. Oh, I already read this. Oh my gosh, I've lost the the broken hinge got me, and now I'm lost. Oh my gosh.
Her hinge is loose.
It is in more ways than one, am I right? Jess, have you tried the Finishing School series by Carriger? I feel like that could be something you like.
I don't know if I'm gonna read that one. I'm gonna definitely pick up the Prudence one, but I don't know if I'm gonna do the finishing in school.
Hmm.
I'm not I'm
Mm.
old. Like, I'm old, and, a lot of YA doesn't really
Mm.
spark my interest anymore.
Mhm.
There really has to be, like, something, about it that I really love, or it has to be, like, horror or, mystery thriller
Mhm.
at this point. That's where I'm at with my, like, YA reading as of late,
Mhm. Yeah,
so
no, that makes sense. I don't read YA very often. I will say that if I do, it's either because it's been sent to me by like a publisher or like I've had YA fantasy and that's what's made me kind of want to delve into fantasy, like adult fantasy, because I feel like as someone who's a baby fantasy person, like the level of complexity, not that like YA can't get complex, but I feel like it's allowed me to get my feet wet. And now I'm like, okay, I've gotten the lay of the land with YA fantasy, and so I can mix in a few adult and make the transition eventually. Because yeah, I think that the high fantasy is what intimidates me a little bit. Is there any way to quickly figure out? Am I trying to have you? Starting a story graph. I am trying to finish the ones I've started, but not fully sure what those are. Oh, like trying to track, like your series, or are you saying just like the books in general, tracking them on Storygraph? Um,
I am of no help here.
Yeah, Piper, maybe a little bit more clarity. And if you end up putting the comment, I'll put us into a sprint, but I'll like respond to you in the comments because I do use Storygraph. So yeah, let us know a little bit more information, Piper, and I'll help you out. On that note, let's switch. In the votes, 60 minutes won. So this will be our final sprint. During these sprints too, I'll make sure to like not leave you all hanging. I'm gonna see who else is sprinting, kind of, and then if you all know other people who are sprinting, we can send you off after our sprint, or if you want to head over early, you know, you can. That's totally fine. But I'll make sure to do that for you. Let's see here, put up the banner because I always forget to do that. And so people come in surprised, which is the last thing I want to do. For those of you who, oh, and also, I'm sorry, Jess, are you going to be here at the end?
Probably.
Okay, I
Question
was gonna
mark?
say, because if you weren't sure, I would have you like do your little spiel and like let everyone know how amazing you are, even though everyone already knows at this point.
I'm like, everyone already knows how amazing I am.
Let it rain. I'm the rain on this dance floor. This is like Step It Up 2. I think that's the Step Up 2.
Listen, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Um,
What's next on your channel? What's going on?
I wish I knew.
Good. That's where we like to have you. A little bit confused, a little unsure.
I mean, it's only Monday, so
Yeah.
theoretically there should be 2 videos this week, but 2 went up today. There should be 2 more this week. Theoretically, I have sprints on Saturday with Aoife at 10 a.m.
Woohoo!
Theoretically.
Awesome. I love it. And you know what? I agree, Mars. Pretty dang amazing. The only thing that I would change about this comment is turn it into capital letters because that's the type of person I am. And sometimes I forget that my all caps is on. So, woohoo. So that's also why it's like that. Oh, yes, I'm a menace. I'm a neutral menace, I think, sometimes. Okie doke. Well, in that case, also, Jess is linked below. Everyone here at this point, you've been with us for nearly 4 hours. If you've been here since the beginning, you should have at some point subscribed to Jess. But if you haven't, this is not your final reminder because I'll be doing the spiel at the end when we get back. But, this is your second to last final reminder. Okay, let's sprint. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We lost Jess, but that's okay. I think that some of you, if you had a moment of distraction at the right time, you may have noticed that Jess said, "Okay, friends, Raja and I are falling asleep again, so we're going to go snuggle in bed." Happy sprinting, which is very nice of her. I hope that they are able to have a very quick and easy, immediate sleep. Because I'm feeling that as well. It's 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for me in North America, and so I believe Jess is about an hour behind me, so 10 for her. Yeah, I totally understand. So for those of us where the evening is ending, it makes sense. But how did everyone do? I ended up finishing my read, my section for the day of Tana French in the Woods, and I'm intrigued. I will say that it's a slow burn, very much kind of getting you into the nooks and crannies of the character, what's happening with the case at hand at the moment. There's a modern day death of a child, so content warning, and it's reminding him of his own experience when he was 12 and two of his friends didn't leave that same woods, but he did. And so there's like parallels to like the cold case, and I'm intrigued at the moment. So that's exciting because I really like Tana French. So for the podcast I work for, she ended up being a guest at one point, and I really enjoyed her like as a person. So I don't know if that's like also ensuring that I'm gonna like I'm having a good time because I can imagine like her mind at work and like her voice, even though I have an audio book. Yeah, so I think it's working out for me. We also had a handful of people who had to go to bed, which is totally fine. Let me see if I can highlight them a little bit. Bethany ended up leaving, putting the phone away, which is a smart thing to do, so that she could enjoy her last reading before she went to bed. Mars also ended up deciding to go to bed, which is totally fine. Meanwhile, we gained a Jamie, which is excellent. I'm glad that Jamie was able to join us just before we finished up tonight. I hope that your plans, your tasks, your errands went well. I didn't want to distract you and ask you too many questions while we were in the chat, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna let you enjoy your reading for now. And then Sarah also ended up heading to bed, which I totally respect. I also left the plethora of like good nights to Jess. It was very cute. I think she saw a good amount of them before she left, which was very great. We also ended up having Solar finish the crochet project for now, which is great, and actually doing some reading. Can you imagine being able to finally read? Meanwhile, people are still running around on my street for some reason, even though it's again 11 p.m. on Monday night. But they do what they do. Then also, yeah, Glenda ended up saying goodnight to Jess too. Thomas dropped in, which was so nice. Since I missed tonight's sprints, had a busy day, totally understand. Thank you for even taking the time to stop, and you didn't even have to, because I know life gets busy. So I really do appreciate you doing that. That was so nice. I really do hope that the busyness of the day was a good type of busyness, because sometimes it's not, and you're just feeling more stressed at the day's end than when it began. Jennifer finished a book, which is great, the book that you were working on, and then you also went to bed, which is totally fine. Good night, sleep well. I read some more and got my step goal of 250 hours in. That's amazing. First time I have done that in a long time. Amazing, Christina. And then Christina made sure to thank me for the sprints, but she didn't have to, but she does it all the time. And then have a beautiful rest of your day. Thank you, Christina. I hope you do too. And then started The Gift of Rain by Tan Tuan Ang, but had to switch back to my audiobook for most of this sprint because my 8-month kitten wanted snuggles. Yes, and when that happens, you cannot say no. There's just no answer besides yes. And also, cats purring are known for like de-stressing, lessening the stress. So like I think it's a win-win. Yeah, thank you, Julie. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. made it to 58%. And again, Julie has some great new content that she recently released that I thought was really inspiring, especially if you're trying to think about reflecting on last year, prepping for this coming year, if you're trying to lessen your physical TBR. Check her out. Hello, Rainy. Just popping in to say hey and goodbye. 35% into Emily Wilde. Sounds good. I hope you're enjoying it. A third of the way through Emily Wilde, just in time, because if you do like it, book 2 is out tomorrow, I think we were saying. And yeah, thanks for stopping in. Again, with busy days, I know that it can be hard to say hello to everyone, so thanks for doing that if you're still here. Got to chapter 4 of the buddy read. Woohoo! Worked on my spreadsheet, still working on 2023 series. I have a feeling you're gonna be taking your time with that. It's gonna take a long time. So far, it's not as bad as I first thought. Oh, well, that's good. Okay. I was gonna, you know what? That's something where you have to prepare yourself for Mount Everest, and then whatever ends up happening, it ends up being easier than you expect. His name is Christopher. Stop, Jamie. He's fluffy, light orange with white feet and pink. Oh my gosh. I mean, I already was saying you couldn't say no before, but now, of course, you've got to give Christopher anything and everything that is desired. That's so adorable. I finished One Dark Window. It's so good. I need the sequel ASAP. I didn't even realize that there was meant to be a sequel. Okay, Athena, that is good to know. The only thing that stinks now is that when I started, I'll be like, "Whoop, starting another series. Here we go." But I'm really glad you liked it because that just doubles down from what Katie was saying about it. But I'm only up to April. Oh, Nicole, you have so much longer to go. You're not even halfway through the year, but that's okay. You can do it slowly but surely. Didn't read, got ready for bed and scrolled for a while. Yeah, that sounds about right. For the last like 5 minutes, I think I was scrolling as well, just being like chilling. And I didn't get ready for bed though, so I do have to do that. So you're ahead of me. I read about 39 pages of Between the Blade and the Heart. I'm 92 pages in. I started it just before the first set of sprints, so not too bad. No, it's not. Especially like, yeah, like that's pretty good reading. Like for me, it's for context. So over the sprints, I ended up getting 58 pages done of this book, and I also had the help of the audiobook, and I was listening to it at like 1.5 to 175 speed at times. But when I'm physically reading, I am so like slow. I probably do like 20 pages an hour. So that's great. Prepared for bed, texted my friends. Amazing. It's late here, so too tired to read. Going to bed in a few minutes. Yes, I very much support that. I know I was thinking, oh, it'll be perfect. We'll be done at 10. And then suddenly it's 11. And I'm like, how did I apparently did not realize how time worked. And I also worked out, I have the first 3 books for the Dublin Murder Squad. Nicole, does that mean had you happen to already own In the Woods? I can't remember if you realized that or not, but that's very funny that we unintentionally brought you into this reading frenzy with Coda and mine, and now you're like, oh, perfect, this is helping my TBR. Had some distractions, but read 17 pages of The Black Tongue Thief. Oh my goodness. I know too much about Danny because I was about to say Danny had read that book or had started it. I don't know. I can't remember. Oh yeah, you said you loved that book. Okay, I was like, I 100% know that you were reading it at one point because were like, what is that book? What's that title? I read a few chapters of Tabby Trouble. It's a cozy mystery, honestly perfect for this time of night, if we're going to be honest. And get this, the main character gets electrocuted when she wakes up. She can understand cats. What's the problem? What's the problem? Honestly, that sounds like the best. Honestly, it's kind of a rough way to get that kind of superpower. I don't know if I'd want to be electrocuted. I don't know if that's worth it, but that is amazing. Did you know going into it that it was I don't know what you'd call that. I guess not a supernatural cozy mystery, but it is a bit of maybe sci-fi tomfoolery. It sounds really fun though. Missed today's sprints as I went and got a haircut. Ooh, Monica. But dropped in to say hi and hit the like button. Thank you so much. Honestly, worth it. I recently got a haircut and it changed my life. So I hope that you really enjoyed yours. I hope you enjoyed getting your like hair washed if you end up doing that. I know some people aren't fans of it. But yeah, no worries. please make sure you're going to appointments, make sure you're taking care of yourself and doing other things. But I appreciate you stopping in. Snuggled with my cat while I read Landscape and Sunlight. Oh my gosh. Yes, JL. I highly, you can tell. I feel like I've talked about cats too much, but is too much? Is there a thing? I'm clearly a cat person, but I also love dogs too. So here we are. Lots of fire trucks, 2 doors down, nosy, but I presume necessary. Not sure what's going on. Honestly, that's always how it is here too. Like when things are happening, I'm like peeking. I'm like, aren't they just driving by? Or are one of my neighbors in distress? When I first moved here, within the first year, I realized that, there was a lot of, I got used to it. But at one day I was like, okay, those like sounds aren't going away. What's going on? And I looked out my window, lo and behold, across the entire street, blocked off side to side. There were like ambulances, fire trucks. And I was like, what is happening? And I live in like a 4 quad apartment. So it's like a row of 4 quads. And so I decided to go on my other side and I looked out the window. And when I peeked around my porch, I saw flames coming out, not of my 4 quad, but of the quad to the right of mine. And I was like, what is going on? No one evacuated us. Like, I guess we were technically in a different building, but I was like, we are pretty close. And so we all just stood outside our quads watching to be sure. And it was a time. No one was hurt. Fortunately, no one was inside when things were happening. So I think it was something odd with the appliances or wiring, but I was like, why is it so loud? And like, no one thought to knock on our doors, like to let us know what's going. I don't know. Anywho, that I've been on too many tangents today. Got to page 89 of Chloe Brown. Thank you, Leandra. Leandra, yes, see you Saturday for more TBRathon sprints. Glenda, thank you for advertising. I appreciate you. The next time on my channel, it's going to be Saturday. It's going to be so much fun. I've got 4 more new booktubers to introduce you to. I try to strategically make sure that every time I'm sprinting on my channel, you have new people just to like, I don't know, spread the wealth and like make sure everyone's kind of getting to know each other. But I'm also going to be on Bree's channel this Wednesday. I plan on being on Brittany's channel on Thursday for day sprints if I can. And then if Nicole's still in the comments, I missed her this Sunday, but I'm hoping to join her next Sunday if she'll have me. So that's my schedule. I promise eventually I'll slow down. I think I have too much fun joining people. So after that, though, I'll probably suddenly be a bit MIA. I'll be like watching people sprint and things, but then I have to kind of like mentally and emotionally and physically prep for the extravaganza that's happening the final Saturday, Sunday of TBRathon. And so I want to make sure that I'm like prepped and ready to go for that. I got 15 pages, fell asleep a bit, totally fine, Jerry, and I'm not so intrigued with the book that I'm fighting. Oh, okay. So you're not as intrigued with it. Maybe that's why you're also kind of falling a bit asleep. You're not as riveted. Yeah. Tana French is such a good writer. Hope you enjoyed the book. Thank you, JL. Yeah, no, I'm really intrigued. And like I said, she was just such a thoughtful speaker. She was reflecting on I think it was a crime. It might have been from the 18th or 19th century. I can't remember, and I should. The kidnap of Elizabeth Canning. She wrote the intro to the new Josephine Tay, like kind of fictionalized version of that. And so we had her on the podcast, and I really liked her. And I've always wanted to try her one book. It's called The Searcher. It said it was almost like cowboy-esque inspired, in Ireland. And I'm just like, that sounds amazing. Anyway, I did get my errands done. Thanks for perfect. I'm so glad. Have a good night or day, everyone. See most of you. Yes, exactly. Yes. I love it, Glenda. You're letting know, like everyone needs to know where they're going next, pretty much. Let's see here. I want to be asleep. Today's been rough. Oh no. Eloise has some sort of eye infection, so she's been super cranky, and if she's not sleeping and she's not happy, then everyone in the house, or at least especially you, like can't either. And I'm sure you're also like trying to like get through the week with teaching and everything. Oh my gosh. And you're recovering. Oh my goodness, that is not fun, Rainy. My first experience was The Lesser Dead. So good. It's vampires in New York subways in the 70s. Oh my gosh. Because we're talking about Christopher Bowman and saying like, hey, is this your first time with this author? You guys are making me want to try this author. I was already intrigued by The Black Tongue Thief because of Danny's reaction. Because I remember she was enjoying it, and obviously Danny has said now that she loved it at the end. But yeah, here's to an uneventful rest of day. Yes, I hope nothing. I hope she ends up stopping being cranky, even though she's still gonna be upset though. One Dark Window is, oh, it's just a duology. Okay. Oh, good. So you're just waiting on book 2, but that's still kind of like, we want book 2. I'll add that to my list. I think I may start Between Two Fires by him, by Christopher Ballman. Cool. Then I read Suicide Motor Club, Vampires in the 60s, Hunted by a Nun. What is? Yeah, more books on my TBR is right. Oh my gosh, those sound amazing. Yeah, he was a new find at my library. Had never heard of him. The Black Tongue Thief was the first time I'd ever heard of that too. That's the best when you find someone new that you enjoy reading. Had no idea the cats would talk. Oh my gosh, they're super snarky, but helping the main character. So, I mean, did we expect anything else? Of course, the cats have to be snarky. I love that. No, there's no such thing as too much animal talk. Oh, good. I was like, I could talk all day. Agree. Pets, animal friends are always a great topic. Yeah, it brings us all together. So my friend who loves mysteries read the Cat Who series, right? Is that by Rita Mae Brown? I can't remember who the author is. Has anyone here read them? I suspect they're not super new. No, you know what? They're at the library where I work, we have so many of them. And so that is like definitely one of those kind of like, I think staple. It probably was one of the first kind of cozy, like heavy on the animal kind of series. That was a terrific. Yes, I agree. It's honestly, it's one of my favorites to the point where I will happily re-listen to it sometimes when I just need something to listen to. I had the best time. I was working for She Done It before that, and so I got to be a part of like the transcription process, and so I'm really familiar with that one episode among many now. Yeah, it was great. So that's a good plug. Everyone should go check it out and support She Done It and watch Tana, or listen to Tana French's interview because she's awesome. Have a great day, evening. Hopefully, we will see some of you tomorrow night for Late Night Sprints. Yes, Nicole, because Nicole has sprints on her channel. I'm pretty sure that you can check the Discord, and they should all be listed. And Nicole's, I'm pretty sure, is listed on there, but I could be wrong. Two Twisted Crowns is the sequel to One Dark Window. Oh, it came out in October. What? Oh my goodness. Okay, well, at least Athena, you can read it if you get your hands on it. So maybe a local library has it or something like that. I'm working out my TBRathon map route so that my TBR for this week includes all the books for at least one direction of the trip. Yes! Oh my gosh. You can do it. I believe in you. Going to head off to bed. Hope you all have a lovely rest of your evening/day. Thanks for the sprints, Andrew. Thank you, Danny. Thanks for hanging out with us. I'm glad that you got some stuff done and you got a lot of books added to your TBR. Okay, thank you, Jean. Thanks for being here. I really do appreciate you as always. Looks like I have the first 5 Dublin Murder Squad. I got them on the weekend at the Book Fest. I had the first one on my shelf from December. Oh my gosh. Honestly, this is serendipitous. It's amazing. The Cat Who books are by Lillian Jackson Braun. You know what? It's because it's BR and it's very close to Rita Mae Brown's books at the library. And so that makes sense. Okay, Lillian Jackson Braun. Thanks, Jamie. I appreciate it. They were really good. Yeah, I've never actually picked one of them up, but I've been meaning to because she's prolific at this point as an author. Okay, we've reached the end of the comments, and so I'm going to sign off here. Thank you all who have either popped in just at the end, been here since the beginning. I hope that if you hadn't checked out Jess's channel, that you made sure to do it at some point, or if you are tired, it's been a long day, maybe just check out her channel tomorrow because she really is lovely. I think a lot of you can tell that she's just an amazing person. It was the first time I ever got to have her on my channel. I was kind of nervous. She's a larger channel than mine. She's super chill and laid back though, but I wasn't sure like if her schedule would fit with mine. And she just was so amazingly flexible. And it was really nice. And she's hilarious, as you can see. So I really do hope you all check her out if you haven't. And I'd be surprised if you didn't know about her before she came on. But I just want to make sure we emphasize that. This was super fun. Thanks for hosting. Yeah, of course, Solar. Thanks for hanging out with me and with Jess and everyone else. And also just thanks everyone for being active in the chat, because while we get chatty, I love having conversations in the comments. It's honestly the best part. It's my favorite part, even though the reading is fun too. Oh, right. I think that there's just a couple more comments. Thanks for hosting. Have a good night, all. Yeah, thank you, JL. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Jamie, for hanging out while you could. So you just need book 6, Nicole. One elusive book. I love it. And then you'll be a completist. So Brittany has sprints coming up soon. Yes, Jamie. So I think Brittany has her usual sprints tomorrow evening. Nicole's hosting sprints tomorrow as well. Dusty Book Sniffers. And then we have a bunch of people hosting on Wednesday, including Bree. And then Brittany on Thursday, her usual afternoon sprints as well. And then more Nicole after that. They have like a very nice kind of flow going. So definitely we have a lot going on, Jamie, for sure. And then, yeah, I hope you have a good night too, Athena. Congratulations on finishing your book. That is amazing. I follow on from Brittany. Perfect. Yeah. So Jamie, if you check Brittany's channel, you should be able to hit the notify button at this time, and then you can immediately hit the notify button for Nicole's sprints too. So then you'll be locked and loaded for all of tomorrow's evening and into the night. All right. Good night, everyone, or good morning. Have a great afternoon, depending on where you are in the world, and I'll see you next time. Bye.